Okay, we're going to go on to number 18, and we're going to have Vice Chair Davis. She will be chairing this section.
Before I turn the time over to Committee Chair Scott Hansen on this, I just want to thank this board. You know, this rule that we're about to discuss, we may have some varied opinions on, and I'm grateful for the ability that the board members of this board has to discuss different ideas really professionally and thoughtfully, and I look forward to the discussion ahead. Also, I learned something new when I was working on bylaws. I learned something new from our great parliamentarian, Ms. Lorraine Austin, and she indicated that ideally in parliamentary procedure, once a motion is made, that each member would speak once and then a vote would happen. So we have a lot of amendments coming up on Rule 328. And our Chair Huntsman is so gracious. He always allows everyone a lot of time for multiple times to speak. And we'll try to do that, but I'd also say maybe we could also try to make your concise comments one time per amendment, and then we may be able to get through all of these as we move forward. If you're really burning to say something else, of course, I'll circle back to you, but maybe it's something that we could consider trying. So having said that, Committee Chair Scott Hansen, I know you and your committee have done hours and hours and hours of work, and we are on draft 5 now, and so I'm going to go ahead and turn the time to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If I understand, you'd like me just to give an introduction, let you know how we got here. Is that correct? And then you'll handle the motions. Is that the way we're proceeding?
You can start with you can tell us how you got here, and you can make the motion, and then we can amend away. Okay,
sounds good. I think the history on this rule is important for all of us to look at. The board started our work in this area quite some time ago. We adopted a portrait of a graduate. That's been a couple of years ago. We did a lot of work on a bullying rule, which encompassed some of this. Our access committee was kind enough to provide us with a recommendation letter that prompted us to dig into some of these areas and look at them. We, as a board, unanimously passed a resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity. And we've also adopted a definition of educational equity. As we worked on this rule, one of the things we tried to do as a committee was to draw on that language that the board had already adopted, and where we had already spoken on something, not to plow new ground, I guess, so to say. But the board's consistently focused on serving each child and has adopted really an expansive view of diversity rather than focusing just on race. We have parents who've been worried about kids being indoctrinated with controversial concepts. We've had a few incidents that have been pointed out by parents or various groups of things that people see as not being proper. We've also had parents that are worried that we're not doing enough to make their kids feel safe and welcome at school. And this became enough of a media uproar that the legislature spoke on this and gave us some guidance and also a pretty clear indication that they would take action if we don't make some moves quicker maybe than we were moving on this process. I do need to say though, that this rule was in work before the legislature ever spoke on this. And we've been moving forward in this area. I think the purpose of the rule is important. It's to provide standards, guidelines, requirements for professional learning and curriculum and classroom instruction related to educational equity. One of the things that's different about this rule compared to core standards is core standards deal with a specific topic or a specific class in the classroom, and we define what's to be taught at different grade levels on that area. Equity spreads across all areas of our school experience for our kids. And so we can't deal with this in the same way that we deal with a core standard. This rule is just a rule. It's not the only rule, maybe not even the most important rule. So I think that we, as we move forward, we had to look as a committee and try to include everything that we could on this topic in the rule. We tried to pare it down to the essentials and do what was necessary to meet our goals. I think that that's probably enough introduction, and I can add some more if there are questions as we go through. But the motion for the board is, just one moment. Let's see if I can get there. And I'm having some problems again accessing Civic Clerk. If we have that,
It's right on your screen.
none of us will do it from here. So the Standards and Assessment Committee move that the board approve R277-328 Educational Equities in Schools, Equity in Schools, Draft 5 on a second and final reading.
I'm just impressed that you could read that before he made the screen larger. We have a motion on before the board. The Standards and Assessment Committee moves that the board approve R277-328 Educational Equity in Schools, Draft 5 on second and final reading. We have discussion to the motion. Actually, maybe I'll say this. I think what we'll do is take section by section. So let's go ahead and start. If there is anyone who has discussion or amendments to section 1. Member Klein?
Just a moment,
Yes.
Vice Chair Davis. Are we working off draft 5? So we know the line numbers and such?
We are working off of draft 5 that was emailed at 10:30 last night with the final contributions of board members.
Okay, thank you very much. That
It'll be
helps.
on the screen. It will also be on the screen. Okay, board member, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make a motion to add to section 1D at the end, the words consistent with 53E-6-1031B, which refers to the primary responsibility of parents, or parents as the primary educators and authority in their children's lives, with state being assistive or supportive of.
Do I have a second?
It's there.
Board
I'll
member
second
Rowe?
that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, board member Klein, would you like to speak to your motion?
We have the other statutes referenced there, but they didn't include the specific part that B is referring to. I think this addition more specifically addresses this last part on improving interaction with parents and promoting greater parental involvement in public schools. So I thought it was appropriate to include that.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands. Board member Lear?
Would you be, and this is to the maker of the motion, if that's okay, Chair?
Yes.
Would you be just as satisfied as if it were listed in the list of subsections above, so that it would just be 3, there would be 3 listed, or you could even do it by just putting 103, 1 and 2. Would that satisfy you as well?
If we put all 3 of the references together, that's fine. It doesn't have to be at the end.
Okay, thanks.
Is that a friendly amendment?
It's a
Placement change?
friendly suggestion, yes.
If board member Klein, is that a friendly placement change that you agree to?
That's just fine. If I think Jeff put it where he did, I just asked that it be referenced.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, please vote. I'm gonna ask Board Member Belknap, Vice Chair Belknap, to help me with this, but I think that was unanimous.
I think they finally came on. Board Member Moss. There, got it.
Oh,
Good.
yes, there we go. Sorry.
We got a hand, but
Thank
It
you.
was a yes.
okay. All right, moving on. Anything else for section 1 people would like to bring forward? Board Member, are you speaking?
I am, sorry. Thank
I
you.
didn't see a hand, but I saw a mouth moving.
Yes, yes. So I would like to make a motion to add number 3 to that first section, which states nothing in this rule is intended to nor should conflict with Title VI. That should say or other relevant aspects of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. If it is determined that there are conflicts between this rule and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the latter should prevail and this rule should be amended. And I think it's self-explanatory.
Do we have a second?
I'll second Moss with the comment if I can.
Yes, please go ahead, Board Member Moss.
Or am I out of line? Does the maker speak first?
She said she feels it's self-explanatory.
Okay. My only question here, I agree. I think it's important to tie this to law, and especially Title VI. My only question there is if it is determined that there are conflicts, I assume you mean by an authority competent to make that determination, like a court or something to that effect, and not, some other body. Was that the intent, and is there perhaps language that could help clarify that?
So I think, may I speak to that?
Yes, please.
I think that regardless of who figures it out, if it's brought to our attention that there's a misalignment, that then we fix it. And if we need to consult with our attorney generals or whoever to solidify that determination that there is a conflict, then I think that would be appropriate.
Board.
It may be a parent that brings it forward to our attention, and whoever brings it forward, as long as we can look at it and then make that determination.
Thank you. Board Member Lear.
I'm going to have a similar question for many of these amendments. And I'd like to ask this to the maker of the motion, if that's okay. Cindy?
Go ahead.
I just wonder if somebody came to you, Member Klein, and asked if had some uncertainty about Title VI, wondered if Title VI applied, if that's why you put this in there, because the person wondered if that particular title was not included in the other times that it said complies with federal and state law. Was there a particular question from someone about Title VI?
No, not from anybody specifically. This was, Title VI seems to be the number, like the law that is most in opposition to some of the things that have been being taught. Those things that fall under the critical race umbrella or the critical race theory umbrella directly are opposed or in violation of the Title VI civil rights law. So I thought it was important, if we're trying to protect against those kind of issues, that Title VI be an integral part in that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Belknap.
I think maybe we should hear from Angie, if that would be okay first.
Sure. Deputy Superintendent Stallings?
Thank you. I was just going to mention, and one of our AAGs may want to pipe in, but legally the board doesn't have the authority to trump federal law anyway. And so really the statement is probably, well, it's unnecessary legally, and arguably the board doesn't have the authority to dictate or state which one trumps or supersedes. So I just wanted to raise that. It already goes without saying that Title VI would be the overarching rule or law of the land.
Thank you. Shall we come back to you, Vice Chair Belknap?
That would be great. That was my consensus, that I don't think that number 3 is necessary. Thank you.
Okay, I saw a hand from Board Member Straight, but it's gone. Did you want to, are we good?
Everything that I was going to talk about has just been addressed, so.
Okay, Board Member Earl?
And I guess that's my questions too, because on my proposed amendment, I referenced the specific civil rights title, the Title VI part. And the reason why is just to draw attention to the fact that please know what this information is, right? And I guess what you're saying, Angie, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that this is understood, it doesn't need to be spelled out in any way for individuals reading the rule. Is that accurate in saying that?
So board, is it all right if I respond?
Please do.
So I guess that's a little different. If what you're saying is you'd like to memorialize it so that those reading this understand it, versus what I read in the second sentence is something similar that you would see in contract law. Oftentimes you might have 2 laws and they'll say if there's 2 laws that are competing, this is the one that is kind of the winner, right? And so if you wanted this to be more of a purpose statement and send a message, I would definitely delete the second sentence, again, because it's kind of implying that the board has the authority to determine that where you don't. If the purpose for bringing this or putting it in the purpose statement, maybe just leave it as the first sentence. Usually we include statements like that at the end of a rule and not in the purpose of the rule, because the purpose of the rule is to say, why are you enacting this rule? If you wanted it to be kind of an overarching statement, just to remind people of that, you could put it at the very end of the rule. Again, I don't think legally it's necessary, but it sounds like, Board Member Earl, you're hoping to send a message or send more of a nod or memorialize something to let the reader know versus trying to actually control. We usually try to stay away from those things in board rule because rules are meant to be laws or anything that's actually binding. But I understand. So my recommendation is, if you'd like to keep this, if the board would like to keep this, is to maybe only keep that first sentence and to put it at the very end of the rule.
Can I ask?
Yeah, follow up, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. This is actually speaking more of legal terms, where the intent, I guess, that I'm interested in is just to draw attention and make sure you're aware of the premise around it. So that would be okay, I understand.
Board Member Klein?
Would it be appropriate to put it at the end in the compliance section?
You can amend your amendment to put it at the end and shorten it to whatever you wanted to shorten it to and put it at the end, if that's something that an amendment you'd like to make to your amendment.
I will make that amendment to my amendment.
Okay.
And she has a comment.
Please, Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you. The last thing I would just mention, Board Member Klein, when you make that amendment, and Jeff just moved the screen, but I wouldn't keep in the language, nor should it conflict. If there's something that conflicts, we just shouldn't put it in the rule. So Jeff, could you scroll back up to Board Member Klein's amendment? I apologize. I would keep that sentence, but take out the nor should it conflict, and just leave that. It is not intended to conflict.
Okay.
Board Member Klein, would you like to make an amendment to your amendment then?
I will make an amendment to my amendment to move my motion to the end and to amend it like Angie suggested, taking out the last part for the nor should it conflict.
Okay. So first we will vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is to move the sentence to the end and shorten it. And then we will vote if it should be there at all, because it was the original amendment. So
Vice Chair Davis,
yes.
could we just make it really clear what's meant by shorten it, what's being struck?
Yes, I will. There is a motion on the floor to move the words, nothing in this rule is intended to nor should conflict with Title 9, or that's Title 11, right?
Title 6.
Title 6. Yes, Title 6. Sorry, I know my Roman numerals. Or other relevant aspects of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And move it to the end of the section.
This is Lorraine. I have another clarification, sorry.
Please, no, please.
Are the words nor should conflict going to remain in, or was that part of the amendment to remove those?
So I think we need to just take out so that we need it to read, nothing in this rule is intended to conflict with Title 6. So we need to take out conflict, or well, there you go, you got it.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, please vote on this amendment to the amendment. Okay, so I see Board Member Cannon is a no.
Board
And-
Member Norton is a no. Board Member Lear is a no.
Thank you. This amendment passes. Now, Lorraine, I may need you to help me, but I think that then do we need to vote on keeping it in the rule as amended in its new place and shortened?
Yes, you vote on the amendment as amended.
Okay, so now what we are voting on is including nothing in this rule is intended to conflict with Title VI or other relevant aspects of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 in lines 152 and 153. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment as amended? Board Member Hutchings.
I just have a point of, I don't know if it's a point of order or information, but have we just moved something to a section that doesn't exist yet? Or am I confused?
I believe we've just moved it to the bottom.
Okay.
So there was a section added with the verbiage above number 3 that created a new section. So we haven't gotten to that part yet. So it may look like there's no section there on whatever you're looking at.
It is in a section. We're adding it to line 152 and 153. Or that's the hope, which is at the end of section 5. Is that right, Jeff Van Holten?
Yes, however, section 5 is a motion as well to add in, so it's a non-existent section. Board Member Hutchings is correct. We could move this down to the very end of the rule in what is right now section 6, because that does exist from what the Standards and Assessment Committee passed. But what I had heard is we wanted to move this to the section that Board Member Klein was moving to add in as well. We can go.
Can we clarify with Deputy Superintendent Stallings? I thought she was saying to move it to the end of the whole rule. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, can you clarify?
So yes, thank you. I was looking at the sections. I would probably put it in the rule interpretation section.
I agree.
But again, it is just stating something that's already the fact. And I don't know that it substantively will do anything other than remind the reader of something.
So we have a motion before the board to insert in lines 172 and 173. Nothing in this rule is intended to conflict with Title VI or other relevant aspects of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I'd like to ask this question of Board Member Klein. You've referenced this many times since you've been on the board, Title VI, and often you've referred to it as, you've questioned, for example, some of the data we collect on different groups or subgroups, and stated that the Title VI makes this racist. Is there an intent in your mind that this will serve as an argument to say that everything we've done within equity and inclusion and diversity, that makes that racist? I'm trying to understand the purpose of this because this is already the law, but I've also heard what you stated it to mean to you. What is your intent with this?
So my intent is only that to help us stay within the law, because there have been breaches of Title VI in some instances. Not necessarily, I'm not going to point to anything specific, but as far as what's happening in classrooms or in trainings, certainly, I guess I could point to the diversity training that we as a board sat. That there was definitely things in there that go against Title VI, and so this is an effort to rein some of that in where we are out of compliance.
Thank you. Would you have a follow-up, Board Member Straight?
Yes, which I really thought the idea that as determined by a court of law, I feel much more comfortable with that as compared to as interpreted by a group of individuals or this organization or that organization. Do you have a response to that?
I think the law speaks for itself. I don't think we have to go by any particular group. We look at what has been done or said or taught or trainings, and we say, does it work within the law or doesn't it?
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
I think we just removed that comparison piece. So this is merely saying, to me, this is saying state, be aware of this law because this is where some violations are taking place and this is where it needs to be within this realm. So is it more as what Angie has said, more of a reminder or memorializing, if I can get the word out, of that intent. So, and that speaks to the intent of the rule or the interpretation.
Thank you. Board Member Straight, and then we're going to vote. Mm-hmm. And then Board Member Straight, Deputy Superintendent Stallings, and then we're going to vote.
Okay. So here's what I'm hearing. We have Title VI. We have the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And it applies regardless of whether it's in here or not. It's just a place marker as a reference to say that this is our intent. And I'm just not certain that it's necessary.
Thank you. For Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
I apologize. I should have brought this up before. I do wonder also what the phrase or other relevant aspects means. I'm not quite sure of that term of art. Plus, we don't usually use parens. So I would either use commas. But the second thing, I wonder if you would rather broaden it to say nothing in this rule is intended to conflict with federal law. That's another option. But if you're, again, that's just another recommendation I might make is to cut the or other relevant aspects, because it's not quite clear what that means, or maybe to clarify what that is. And then another option might be just to refer to federal law in general.
So we've already amended the amendment. If you feel that that's something that's friendly, Board Member Klein, and you want to take out the words other relevant aspects, we can, or if not, let's vote.
I say let's vote.
Okay, we have a motion on the table in lines 172 and 173 to add the words, nothing in this rule is intended to conflict with Title VI or other relevant aspects of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Please vote. I see 3 yes votes with Board Member Klein, Board Member Earl, and Board Member Moss, and the rest are no votes. Is that what you see?
I did, except I did not see Molly Hart.
Board Member Hart, could you throw your vote up one more time?
Mine's a no.
Okay. Sybil, do you have that? Are we okay to move on?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to section 2. And I'll entertain motions for amendments.
Vice Chair Davis,
Yes.
I would move that we re-include diversity, a definition of diversity, and as much as we have spoken to educational equity and inclusion, and that we just reinstate what was in the rule in draft 1. I have 3 options here just because I've had many constituents contact me even through the day today. While we've been having the meeting, I've been getting emails. The actual statement that came from draft 1, you see right there after number 3, diversity or diverse means differences that each student or educator brings through unique experiences, strengths, and ideas into a classroom, including dimensions of race, sexual orientation, gender, socioeconomic status, age, ability, religious or political beliefs, or other different ideologies. Someone contacted me this afternoon saying that they think it would be stronger if it just ended after classroom. And then another one said, so that's what I've put below, where just diversity or diverse means differences that each student or educator brings through unique experiences, strengths, and ideas into a classroom. And I
you could, Board Member Booth, make 2 different motions. I mean, you could make a motion, you choose your amendment that you want to put forward, and if it passes, it stays. If it fails, you can make another motion to do something alternate, and then board members, of course, have the opportunity to amend those amendments. So how would you like us to start? Which would you like us to start with?
Well, I'm generally for as concise as possible, so I would probably lean towards the bottom one first. Diversity or diverse means differences that each student or educator brings through unique experiences, strengths, and ideas into a classroom.
Okay, so are you making that a motion?
I'll make that a motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to add to lines 31 and 32, diversity or diverse means differences that each student or educator brings through unique experiences, strengths, and ideas into a classroom.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. We have, anyone would like to speak to the motion? Yes, Board Member Earl.
Yes, I do like the shortening of this, and especially focusing on the uniqueness of the individual and strengths of both our students and our educators. So I do appreciate that. My comment is this: if we do approve this definition, I think we need to expect that this definition is used. Many definitions of diversity out there focus merely on race as the deciding factor, and they don't go into this particular definition, which I think is valuable and needed in society, that we understand the differences of one another and appreciate those and the strengths and experiences. And so I'm just asking, if we pass this, that we have that high expectation out. This is the definition we expect our LEAs and others to be using and using appropriately. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll just make one note that if we define this, this is our definition, our working definition in this, in this context and for their professional trainings, but we can't necessarily mandate that every time they say this word, it's going to mean this in the larger context of their everyday work, but certainly within the context of this board rule and what this board rule is addressing. And we can hope. Board Member Lear.
I had a sort of a rule writing question. Usually we don't use a definition that is not in the rule. So diverse is used in the rule, but not diversity. So, and that throws a big obstruction into this definition, but it seems to me we shouldn't use diversity because it's not in the rule, but we should only, if we seek to define this, we should define diverse. And there is a very simple dictionary definition of diverse that we could use and not turn this into a term of art that then needs to expand to cultures and religions and preferences and those kinds of things, because we're obviously leaving some things out. So I know that's sort of a twofold comment, that we don't need diversity and diverse. I'd prefer the dictionary definition, going with Webster's. Just a thought. So that's for the maker of the motion to evaluate.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson.
Thanks. Just to explain why there is no definition for diversity or diverse there, I think Carol touched on one of them. We don't use the word diversity. We do use the word diverse. It's in one place. It talks about collaborating with diverse community members to understand, recognize, and appreciate what we all have in common as humans, including acknowledging diverse cultures, languages, traditions, values, needs, and lived experiences. So that's lines 67 to 69. Based on that context and based on the dictionary definition, which is the default definition, I think, of words, if we use them in a special way, we define them in the rule. Otherwise, they are the dictionary definition. And the dictionary definition just says, differing from one another, unlike, people with diverse interests, composed of distinct or unlike elements or qualities, a diverse population. We thought that was adequate when we put the rule together as a definition for diverse as it's used. And there is a lot of context in the way that word is used down below. So that would be my comment.
Thank you. Board Member Booth.
I appreciate these good ideas. Certainly, if we don't use diversity, we shouldn't define it in the rule. So that's a really great point. And I think the dictionary is probably a really good place to start. I did neglect to say that another constituent emailed me this afternoon saying that if we were using that first version, that it should be including but not limited to, because there are hundreds of things that make us diverse from one another, and we have a laundry list there that includes some of them but not all of them. And Member Hanson just very clearly articulated the fact that we're not trying to cover everything, and we're going to be excluding in that fact. So I'm feeling that if I don't retract my motion, that we've got to just do diverse means and the dictionary definition, but in the body of the rule, Member Hanson indicated that this is what diverse is, and there was quite an explanation there. So I'm feeling that maybe it's time for me to retract my motion.
Okay.
He can't take his motion away. It belongs to the body.
Your
Okay.
motion belongs to the body, but you could amend it to say diverse and then use the dictionary definition if that's what you are agreeing with, and then we would define diverse there.
We can vote on it and vote it down.
Yeah.
Vice
Either one.
Chair Davis, there is another
Yes.
option. If the
Yes.
body is okay with the motion being withdrawn, you could just say without objection, motion is withdrawn. If there's no objections by any members of the board.
Is there any objection to Board Member Booth withdrawing his motion? I personally would like to see a definition there, because I think we have some definitions going around that are all different. But I will support the will of the board also, and know that really it is being defined later in the section, and that's the definition really that we're using as we move forward. Let's continue on then. I'm looking for hands for anyone else who would like to make amendments in this section. Board Member Klein.
Okay, let's see. No, I guess I'm on to, number 6. Is that in the same? Yeah, that's in section 2, under definitions. A motion to add a definition for learning communities. One that says learning communities means the shared responsibility of parents, or parent, student, and teacher working together towards successful outcomes, academic outcomes.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? I think I spoke over a second. Did anyone want to second this?
I'll second it. This is Board Member Earl. I just need a clarification. Are there 2 definitions here? I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
Let me put the motion before the board and then we'll take some questions. We have a motion before the board to add into lines 37 to 41. Learning communities means the shared responsibilities of parent, student, and teacher working together towards successful academic outcomes. Do you want the whole thing? Board Member Klein, the orange and the
Okay, so the blue is not mine.
Someone else's. Okay.
The blue is mine.
The blue is yours. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Learning communities means the shared responsibilities of parent, student, and teacher working together towards successful academic outcomes. Do we have anyone who'd like to speak to the motion?
I can speak.
Okay, Board Member Klein, you can speak to your motion and then we'll go to Board Member Hanson.
Okay, so you'll notice that down in the next section under C, it talks about establishing learning communities that are committed to continuous improvement. We've had a lot of discussion about personal responsibility, or, is it the student's responsibility or the teacher's responsibility for these outcomes? And truly, there's a shared responsibility between parent, student, and teacher, that's the ultimate learning community. I didn't know how to find it. Was kind of a vague term to me, the way it was in the rule. I felt like this is an important opportunity to clarify that fundamental learning community and that shared responsibility, that those are the three key people in any student's success. And I think that's important to bring it back home to that, so that the public recognizes that we recognize the important role that all three of those play in the successful outcome of a student.
Thank you. We'll have Board Member Hanson, then Superintendent Dixon, then Board Member Straight.
Thank you. I'll just provide a little bit of background. I think when we use the word professional or learning communities, the Professional Learning Standards Toolkit defines those, and maybe one of our teachers can speak with more knowledge on this than I have. But as I look at the document, it's talking about teachers and mentor teachers and instructional coaches and school administrators. And I believe that's the term of art as far as learning communities. If we were to include parents in that, I think that we may run afoul of some FERPA regulations and some other issues because of the way those are run. But I'll just let you know that I think that's the context that we use that word learning communities in. And maybe some of our current or past educators can comment more fully on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to punctuate what Board Member Hanson just articulated so well, and that is learning communities is actually a professional learning term. And while I agree with the sentiment of parents, teachers, and students working together, that triangulation is really important for success. I would hate to see that attached to this well-established term that connotes a very specific kind of professional learning that's happening in our schools.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I'll just third that. I spoke extensively about that in committee meeting, Board Member Klein, and it is very specific. It's a term of how teachers work together in order to be more effective in delivering instruction and to support one another. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands. Board Member Klein.
Oh, I just wanted to respond to Brent, and I'm pretty sure that in his comment he was referring to collective responsibility when he commented on that. So that's all.
Board Member Straight, did you?
I didn't pick that up completely. Was there a question to me?
She said that she wanted to clarify what you said, that you were talking about collective responsibility when you made the comment in committee.
Oh, well, yes, we work together collectively for the betterment of delivering instruction. All of us have different levels of experience. All of us bring different skills to the table. We also have, and here, I'll talk a little bit more to it then. So we give assessments. Now, sometimes our assessments are formative and sometimes they're summative. A summative test would be like the RISE or the ASPIRE or the ACT. These assessments give us information. Acting upon that information is what a professional learning community would do to increase and to improve instruction. That may include evidence-based instructional strategies. These are strategies where, as educators, we are informed or learn or look into and then implement effective strategies that improve student learning. And oftentimes the data from either formative assessments or summative assessments are used. A formative assessment is something you do every single day as a teacher. The moment you begin class, you are in a mode as a teacher of formative assessment. You are taking comments from students, you're processing those, you're leading a discussion, you're bringing effect to that. So professional learning communities within the school system is a very specific thing of how we address our teaching, and that as we do it as together. Yes.
Thank you. Board Member Norton?
And I think those professional learning communities are codified in state statute. That's the reason I would hate to see us muddy up the waters using that term for something that is taking place within the school and does fall under the FERPA regulations.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion before the board. Oh, Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. I believe that in the body of the work, when it refers to learning communities, that some that read this didn't think PLCs, professional learning communities, they thought maybe this was a new term that may need to be less exclusive and more inclusive. So I had all kinds of people, as you'll see in the next little 3 lines I'm going to withdraw in a moment, that people said, well, guardians need to be included and community stakeholders and staff, and they're all important in this learning community. But I mean, of course, we know all about PLCs, but that didn't seem to be that's not what first came to mind. So perhaps we want to look at that in the body of the rule and say professional learning communities so that we know what we're talking about. And then we won't get this reaction from parents or even 16-year veteran board members who were thinking that this was a new way of referring to a group of people that were a learning community in support of students and educators who were doing a certain thing. So I think that's just a clarification. That's why perhaps we're responding this way, because we weren't thinking PLC, we were thinking some new fangled idea of learning community.
That's a great comment. We need to go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor. And then if you want to withdraw your next motion, you may, and if you want to make a different amendment to clarify that above, you may do that as well. So we have a motion. I don't think I see any other hands. I'll check really quickly, but we have a motion on the floor that is to add in lines 37 and 38. Learning communities means the shared responsibilities of parent, student, and teacher working together towards successful academic outcomes. Please vote. Board Member Hanson, I didn't see your vote quickly enough. I
saw them all. One yes vote.
Okay. And who was the yes vote?
Board Member Klein. It looks like she's now changed it.
Okay. Okay, it looks like the motion fails unanimously. I'll entertain motions. Or you haven't actually made this motion yet, Board Member Booth, so you can just choose not to make it and instead make your other motion that you're indicating.
Okay, I won't make that one then. And I would make a motion that wherever it says learning communities down below, that we insert professional. And that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to insert the word professional in line 51. We have, I didn't get a second. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that. This is Member Hutching.
Thank you. And then Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you. Many of you know my background This professional learning, and I just wanted to make everyone aware that in much of the literature, they've actually dropped the term professional just to be about learning communities. So you'll see that learning communities equated with professional learning communities. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Board Member Moss.
Just a thought suggestion, would it help to just capitalize it? Typically when you have established terms, they're often capitalized, so you know it's not being used in the more common sense.
Okay, Member Booth, you can think about that while we go to Board Member Straight.
Yeah, that is correct. I get caught up in old phraseologies sometimes because I'm old.
Board Member Booth, would you take that suggestion as capitalizing the L and the C as a learning community to help differentiate that from just a community of people who care?
I would be fine with that, but if the terminology has changed in the profession and we're not using professional anymore, as a state school board, we certainly should be up to speed on that, and I hadn't known that. So I appreciate that input from Superintendent Dixon. And what I don't know how to do it. We'll have to check with Lorraine, but I would prefer that maybe the learning community be capitalized, and maybe we've got to define learning community, because there's a lot of people that still are thinking, even those of us that have been in a board meeting every month for the last 16 years are still thinking PLCs is what we're talking about here. So if that is a new thing, we ought to be on top of it. And I appreciate
well, a lot of people do still say PLCs. Superintendent Dixon?
Nobody should feel badly using PLCs. You'll still find it out there. I think my point is just that you'll see them used simultaneously. And I want to harken back to, I think, what both board members Booth and Klein were trying to accomplish. And that's just painting a picture of how important it is to have parents as part of the process when decisions are made or ideas are created. So I think we're trying to solve a problem that maybe doesn't exist by capitalizing or changing words. I think we just need to understand that learning communities throughout the education family is considered to be part of professional learning, and not worry if it says professional learning community capitalized, not capitalized, just maybe thinking differently when it comes to involving parents, how we talk about inclusive procedures with all stakeholders, including and calling out parents, and just not try to fix a problem that doesn't exist in using learning communities.
Okay.
So
we quickly back out of whatever we're in right now so we can move on.
Well, let's hear from Board Member Earl, because I do think it'd be helpful to have at least some, so we don't continue to have this question by people who are unfamiliar with terms. Board Member Earl?
I guess that is the question, right? And that's why when I initially read this and I'm looking at individual and collective responsibility, I'm looking back at learning communities thinking, what is this, right? And making sure that we understand whatever that is, we know, so that there isn't that idea of ambiguity when it comes to these other terms or how it's going to be used or who's using it or who's doing the responsibility part. So whatever we use, we need to be clear that it means something and what it means. And maybe just the fact it's under professional development does that, but that's why there was a question last week, was because of that reference.
Thank you. Board Member Hart?
What is the exact language in the professional standards rule? And if we just mirror what that language is, then wouldn't that provide clarity?
I believe Board Member Hanson has gone back and studied that. So Board Member Hanson, could you address that?
Yeah, so I'm looking, thank you. I'm looking at the Utah Professional Learning Standards Toolkit. Well, this isn't referring to the rule, but in that toolkit, it talks about one of the standards is learning communities. And then down below where it talks about that in detail, it says examples of learning communities. And then it says under teachers, professional learning communities, PLC teams who work together. And then it has other things, a group of teachers, district leaders, mentors, and teachers, instructional coaches, and school administrators. So we're using both of those terms in the toolkit, at least. And maybe staff has something from rule or code that defines that better, but both of those are laid out in the toolkit.
Member Davis?
Yes, Board Member Earl.
In the law, 53G 11303, it says professional learning standards, and then it says professional learning occurs, professional learning requires. So that's listed all through the law with professional, even if the current terminology is learning communities. I just wonder if we stick a little closer to law unless that's changed.
Board Member Straight.
Well, I just want to remind everyone, if you go down to the two words underperforming students, I really like the way this is constructed because the end goal is to support underperforming students. Nothing about race. What we're doing here is not just about race, it's about all students. And we're specifically identifying underperforming students and how we as professional learning communities, which could include the principal, like it said, or district officials, it can include many different individuals that directly influence teaching. And so, yeah, I like the construction of this, and it's something that we do together. Professional learning communities, it is a collective action.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson, or Chair Hanson.
I'm sorry. I think that we could add the word professional there without any problem. But I believe understood with the caps as well. So we're in a place where both of those are being used in the literature, at least. Teachers may have a different understanding than others. I think adding the caps or adding the professional would accomplish our goal right here, but we should get a motion in front of the board and move forward with this one.
Board Member Booth.
I would move that we insert professional, capital professional on line 51 and capitalize L in learning and C in communities. That's my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion before the board to insert the words professional and capitalize the learning and capitalize communities on line 51.
Second, Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. We have already had quite a bit of discussion, and seeing no hands, let's vote. Oh, sorry, Superintendent Dixon. Is it too late, Lorraine?
No, that's fine.
Go ahead, Superintendent Dixon, before we vote. You're muted if you're speaking.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just looked up code. I think it's already been stated that we have it in both places. 5311-3032A uses learning communities. 277302 uses professional learning communities. So it'll work either way. I don't want anybody to get hung up on the terms.
Okay, Board Member Lear.
I just had a point of clarification. All we're voting on right now is the capitalization of professional learning communities and the addition, not the rest of that.
Correct. Adding the word professional.
Okay. Because I don't want to vote on the rest of it and be done with it. Okay, thank you.
Right. There is a motion before the board now to add the word professional and capitalize learning and capitalize communities on line 51, made by Board Member Booth and seconded by Board Member Cannon. Please vote. I think that is unanimous. That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Do we have more amendment suggestions that you would like to bring forward in this section?
Which section are we in now? Are we up above or?
I'll find out and see if we're done with that one.
Section 3.
Section 3. We're now to section 3. Would anyone like to bring forward any amendments in section 3? Let's see. I'm scrolling for hands.
It's Board Member Hart was up.
Okay, Board Member Hart, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to change the word shall to the word may in line currently 39.
I'll second that. Board Member Straight.
Okay, do we have discussion to the motion? Board Member Booth and Moss, I think you may have amendments. Do you also have discussion to this motion?
No.
I'll just say I support this. I do have a subsequent amendment, but I think it less dictating on what they have to do is probably better.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap.
I'm looking for clarification, and this might have to come from Angie, but if we put in the word may, if they do the training, they have to follow the rules. If they don't do the training, then they don't receive it. Is that accurate?
Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Maybe somebody else knows the answer.
Jeff Van Holten.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Board Member Hart, did you want to speak to your motion?
I just believe that our LEAs are in the best position to decide what they need to do for the students and the teachers, and that's something that they need to figure out. I think they're in different places and different spaces with equity. Their students are different, their communities are different, and I appreciate Vice Chair Belknap's question, because that was my assumption. I'm glad that that is confirmed. If they choose to do this, these are the parameters, but that's a decision that's best left to local communities where families have the biggest impact on being participative in the process.
Thank you. Chair Hansen.
Yeah, I'll speak against this motion. I think that as a board, we've said that we are moving forward in this area. We're embracing equity. And there's a lot of discussion on both sides of this issue. Our teachers, I believe, need clarity. And if we're serious about this as a board, this needs to be a shall. I understand that will require work on the part of LEAs. I understand that may not be popular with some of the districts, but there is flexibility within the rule about what's presented. But I believe that some sort of training needs to be required for our LEAs. Now, with all the commotion that's going on around us, we would be doing them a disservice and not stepping up to the plate and following through with the things we've already committed to if we make this a may and allow it just to be ignored. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Can I respond to that? Is it appropriate for me to respond to that, or?
Let's get some others. Let's
Sure.
get some others, and then if we can, we'll circle back. And now I can't remember the order, but I know I've got Board Member Straight and Board Member Earl.
Board Member Booth was actually before me, and Board Member Earl's before me as well.
I think Board Member Booth is still waiting on to make an additional amendment. Is that correct, Board Member Booth?
That is correct. I'll lower my hand till then.
My apologies.
Okay. That's okay. Board Member Earl, go ahead.
Sorry, and I know Laura asked this question, which is the same. I'm just trying to, anyone that's in this space needs to follow the rule if they choose to engage in this, if it's a may. Is that accurate, Jeff and Angie?
Could you say that one more time, please?
So if you're teaching anything that's within this realm, including the, if you're not calling it education equity, but you're teaching things that fall within this realm, you need to be within the rules parameters. Is that accurate?
Yes.
A hand up from Deputy Superintendent Stallings. Jeff, do you want to address it, or do you want, we have a hand up from Deputy Superintendent Stallings also.
Either way is fine, whatever you prefer, Vice Chair.
Okay. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, since your hand's up, go ahead.
Sorry, since Jeff popped on, I was just taking my hand down to let him do it. But what I would say is, and Jeff, if you could scroll down again, one thing I was just mentioning to Jeff, if we turn subsection 1 into a may, you may want to change subsection 2 into if an LEA provides professional learning concerning educational equity. And then you have all of those elements in there. I think what I heard Board Member Earl ask is, would these provisions apply in any kind of professional learning? Was that your question? And I think that was also what Jeff was asking clarification on.
No, it would be within the equity sphere. Does that make sense? Not any professional learning, like, is that optional? But when it touches within the equity dialogue or sphere, does that make sense?
It does, Board Member Earl, and I think that's where maybe subsection 2 could use a little bit of word change, especially if you change it to may and 1, because the way it's reading now is it makes it sound like any professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction in. So instead, I would recommend it state, if an LEA provides professional learning to educators concerning educational equity, the learning or the instruction shall include, and then the rest. And that might help clarify or change or resolve your concern.
So I'm hearing if this passes, then we may need to make an amendment in a later section. Board Member Straight.
Thank you. I really wanted to have this discussion, and I really appreciate that Board Member Hart brought this forward, because I think we always ask ourselves this question, and because none of us want to overreach our authority. And you know, I have heard complaints from LEAs concerning, why are you imposing this upon us? But I agree with Board Member Hanson in that we're in this direction, we are moving this way, and there's something even hanging over us, and that is that the legislature is not binding, but it is compelling. And I think that perhaps if we change this, that may be perceived as thumbing our nose at the legislature, and I kind of want to find that balance. So I'm of the feeling that in this regard, at this time, in this particular circumstance, based on the circumstances, that shall is the proper word. But I second it because I do appreciate this sentiment, and I agree with that sentiment under most circumstances. And it may have been different if it hadn't been for the direction from the legislature. Anyway,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Board Member Earl, and then Board Member Lear. Board Member Earl.
Go ahead, Board Member Lear. I didn't take my hand down.
Oh, you know, I'm a little conflicted about this. I am loath to add more requirements to LEAs. I very much hear what Member Hart is saying. On the other hand, equity is inherent, or not inherent, but it's integral to our portrait of graduate. It's integral to many of the other discussions we have. And I also was conflicted in hearing what UEA had to say and USBA had to say this morning. And I'm not referring to people individually, but the groups. But on the one hand, I know they support equity. They've said it over and over. They support diversity. They support protecting the most vulnerable students. And unfortunately, that comes with some work, and I'm not assuming that every teacher doesn't support equity or doesn't know how to be equitable or fair to their students. But I'm also saying in a district, you need to have a common understanding about how we'll work with students and react to students. And I don't think this is a huge burden to impose on LEAs who say they absolutely support diversity and equity for students. And I feel like we're not using our responsibility appropriately unless we say this has to be done. We're not telling you how long it has to be. We're not telling you if it can be virtual or if it can be in person. We're not saying it has to include a PowerPoint. We're just saying there shall be professional learning on this. And I think it's the responsible thing to do.
Seeing no other hands, I will quickly weigh in and say in this case, I think a lot of LEAs right now, they don't know if they can, if they can't, if some are afraid, some are canceling, some are engaging, and I think this will help clarify, and I really appreciate Board Member Lear's comments that this is not saying it has to be an hour. It's not saying it has to be 5 minutes. It's saying, but it needs to be addressed. So with that, seeing no other hands, we'll go ahead and vote. And I didn't restate the motion. The motion is to add may instead of shall on line 39. And LEA may provide professional learning to educators concerning educational equity. Please vote.
Vice Chair Davis, I think you're going to need to do a roll call vote.
Okay.
It's so mixed.
Yep, I'm happy to. Okay, so again, we are voting to change the shall provide professional learning to educators concerning educational equity to may. Vice Chair Belknap?
No.
Board Member Booth?
No.
Board Member Cannon?
No.
Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Board Member Earl?
Yes.
Board Member Hanson?
No.
Board Member Hart?
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings?
No.
Board Member Lear?
No.
Board Member Moss?
Yes.
Board Member Norton?
No.
Board Member Straight?
No.
And I'm a no also. That Sybil, do you need a recap of that, or do you have that?
I have the motion, thank you, and all the votes.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue to move on in that section. Let's see, I'm looking for hands. Would like to make additional amendments in this section. Board Member Moss. Oh, I can't remember who was first, but I know Board Member, was it Booth? Board Member Booth, go ahead.
Okay. I would make a motion that we move what is on the screen right now. It used to be not A, it was down lower, maybe it was C or something. And I would like to move that up to the very top because I really believe that psychological safety is the trumps everything. If you start with a safe environment for educators, they're safe to express themselves, they're safe, then everything else can follow suit. But until they feel safe, we're not going to, and until an educator is proficient in creating that safe environment and knows how to do it, we may have difficulty teaching and learning anything. So I'd like to just move that up is the first part of the motion. And the second part is I would like to insert the word safe. It said fostering, before it said fostering a workplace and learning environment that is respectful, but I would like to just insert safe. So the two parts of my motion are that we move this particular item up to A under number 2 and insert the word safe. That's it.
Thank you. We have a motion before the board that, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion before the board to move the following subsection C to be the new subsection A to R277-328-32 and insert safe after fostering. I'm going to restate that. I was reading what Jeff wrote. I'm going to restate it a little bit differently. We have a motion before the board to move the words fostering a safe workplace and learning environment that is respectful of all educators and students, including prevention of discrimination or harassment in violation of state or federal law, from below up to line 42. So board members, we're moving language that was down below. We're moving it up a little bit higher, I believe to prioritize it, and adding the word safe. Yes, Board Member Moss.
Sorry, I could just point out that seems to include language that I have built in there as a proposed amendment, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh.
As much as I'd love to sneak my own amendment in, I think that is perhaps premature, or at least needs to be reserved. The addition of the language, including prevention of discrimination or harassment in violation of state or federal law, is my proposed amendment. So
okay.
I'd happily see it included, but it probably needs to be voted on.
Would you be okay, Board Member Booth, if when we get to this amendment that Board Member Moss makes, that Lorraine, help me with this, because you can only amend an amendment and he would like to make 2. Can he combine his amendment to that amendment to add the word safe and move it to to line 42?
Okay.
And then can someone divide the question if they have a concern with both parts?
I think the best thing to do would be, and I can't see the whole thing, number C. Could you go down a little bit to C, Jeff? Whole wording of C. Okay, that's what you want to move, just what's in C, not the new prevention. So he's moving C to A and inserting the word safe. So just that portion, and then the including prevention is another amendment.
That's right.
So yeah, just take that part of it out of this motion. And I think it's also helpful not to use line numbers because they're changing so much. Section numbers, that's a little more clear maybe.
Okay, so Board Member Booth, did your amendment include any of Board Member Moss's language, or did that just accidentally get captured?
That just got captured. So I mean, I
Okay.
like it, but mine is insert safe and move what was C, which is just right there, ends with students, up to A.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor to add the word safe before workplace and to move the whole sentence, fostering a safe workplace and learning environment that is respectful of all educators and students, up to section 2A. And I think we had a second, but I can't remember who it was now. Do you remember who our second was?
Chair, could I don't know if this is a point of order, but just a sentence structure
Yes.
question for the maker of the motion.
Yes,
Would it be more proper to have safe after the word is, so that is safe and respectful, so that it's clear that it applies to both workplace and learning environment? I think here it might look like safe workplace and a learning environment that is respectful.
Is that a friendly change, Board Member Booth?
Awesome.
He
Great.
said that's awesome, and if we do that, then we need to change the word is to are.
Yes.
And I have,
Thank you.
shoot.
And
I think I seconded it.
and
Yeah.
Board Member Straight seconded that.
And, right? Are safe and respectful of all.
Yes.
Is that good?
Yes,
Member Nancy?
Board Member Moss, did you have comments on this one? Board Member, oh, you took your hand
I'm
down.
sorry, I just took my hand down. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right, no problem. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Board Member Lear.
Board Member Lear, please.
I have a similar thought. I just like to put learning environment first and workplace second, and then also educators second and students first. No offense to educators, but schools are about children first.
Is this a friendly change to you, Board Member Booth?
I think it's great. I love it.
Okay. Let's quickly make that change and then we're going to vote. There is a motion before us on the floor, before the board, that is to add the words fostering a workplace and learning environment. Oh, we're
Switch those.
fostering a learning environment and workplace that are safe and respectful of all students and educators.
Did you tackle your email yet?
Jeff, you're gonna have to make a flip.
Jenny, your
of homework.
microphone's on.
What time you got done?
Jenny Earl, your microphone is on.
We're gonna change. What do you think you're talking to me?
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Chair, I think what's shown on the screen though doesn't reflect what I think learning environment and workplace were going to be swapped with the students
Yes,
and educators.
need to switch those two. Perfect, and it looked like that vote was unanimous. Is that what you saw, Vice Chair Belknap?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Zoom is so great. We get these little slices of people's lives. Jenny Earl.
Not mine. That you. I looked over here and I'm like, no, I'm muted. Clearly that couldn't have been me, but now I'm going, okay, that
I'm
was.
glad I'm not the only one who yells over her shoulder, get ready for soccer. You're gonna be like. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Board Member Moss and Vice Chair Belknap, did you have something that you wanted to add to this?
I have an amendment.
Okay, Board Member Moss has been waiting for a long time. Can we let him go first? He had his hand up a long time before.
It doesn't matter either way.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. The one that I was going to amend is the one that I almost snuck into Member Booth's, but thought that was not quite Robert's rules. So this just comes from my day job. I do harassment, discrimination, counseling, and litigation, and so kind of live in this world. And if we're going to create a safe environment, I think step one there is making sure that we prevent the kind of things that are already against the law: discrimination, harassment, retaliation. So this seems to me like an opportunity to anchor that in protections that are already there and restate those while we're talking about making it safe.
Thank you. Second?
I second it.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Belknap, did you have a comment on this, or are you waiting for your amendment?
No comment now.
Okay, Board Member Lear.
I'm trying to balance repetition and singling things out and the importance of sometimes emphasizing things versus brevity, and it already says that in obeying state and federal law. And in this case, I very much agree with you, Member Moss. This is something that is sometimes overlooked, but I also think it's not necessarily more important than anti-bullying or other kinds of things that I could add that could be in this laundry list. So my feeling is brevity is more important here rather than singling out two issues.
Thank you. Do we have Board Member Moss?
If I could just respond, I agree on brevity. I think the terms here are unique legal terms that encompass a lot of things within them. Discrimination is a decision that goes on the basis of race. Harassment is well defined, and there's a laundry list that I use when I give training on harassment, and bullying is certainly part of that. But these are touchstone legal terms that I think would be, without over duplicating, a reminder that these are the three areas where, the two areas, discrimination, harassment, that would not only be harmful, but unlawful in the context of trying to keep students safe. But I certainly appreciate the interest of brevity. I've tried to do that in this amendment.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. These are very important concepts, but we're talking about professional learning, about equity right now. And I know that there's training already established for discrimination, harassment, retaliation, and that sort of thing. I don't know if we would now be forcing the LEAs to duplicate that training when they talk about equity by putting that in here. If so, that might be a burden that is unnecessary. And maybe someone else would have better knowledge than me, but I think those things are already pretty firmly entrenched in the training that goes on in professional learning.
Can we get a comment on that with maybe from Deputy Superintendent Stallings or someone that you refer us to?
If you'd like.
Thank you.
I'm trying to remember, this is Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. I do believe there are separate trainings regarding requirements, that is, regarding the prevention of discrimination and harassment. And so I was just trying to see if I could find that in our board rule quickly to make sure that we aren't, I think there's a valid point there that on one hand, we're talking about educational equity versus another training on discrimination in general. So I think it's really a call of the board, and I don't necessarily want to impose my preference. I think that the points have been made by the board well. If you'd like, I can take a look at what we have in our board rule about training on the prevention of discrimination. A lot of that does go hand in hand with our bullying prevention training as well. So
thank you. Board Member Hutchings. You're muted.
Thank you. Just wanted to add to that yes, we already are required to offer extensive discrimination and harassment training. In fact, we're required to have staff sign that they've received that training each year.
Thank you. Board Member Klein.
So I understand that we have, trainings and stuff on discrimination. I think the reason it's important to include here is because of the context of equity and how it's being used by many as justification for discrimination against some if it helps improve equity. There's a direct quote from Ibram Kendi on from his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, that says that explicitly. And I think that that's, a lot of what's being brought in through these professional learning comes from him and from his book. And I'm happy to read that quote to you if you'd like, but I don't want to take too much time. It's not too long, but if you'd like.
I think we're speaking to the motion right now. So are you speaking for the motion or against?
I am speaking for the motion. I think it's an important thing to include specifically in this because of the confusion around the equity issue and how it's used by some.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands. We have a motion before the board to add the words to line 43 and 44, including prevention of discrimination or harassment in violation of state or federal law. Please vote. I see 3 yes votes, Board Member Earl, Board Member Moss, and Board Member Klein. Am I seeing that correctly, Board Member Belknap?
I'm checking. Board Member Booth, were you also a yes?
Yes.
Yes, Board Member Booth was also. There you go.
And Hart is also.
Thank you.
That motion fails. Do you have that, Sybil? Can we move on?
Yes, we can move on. I've got that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we're still in section 3. Board Member or Vice Chair Belknap, I didn't see this time, so I'll go with you this time.
Thank you. I'm still back up in that. I'm still back up in that other section, please. And it was on line 41. It's still on line 41. We need to change this just slightly, I think, to say that professional learning described in subsection 1 shall include instruction in, because it's a shall. We need to make sure that what we're doing is from this section. So I think that just gives some clarifying voice here. That's my amendment.
Do we have a second?
Second, Member Booth.
Thank you. We have a motion before the board to add into R277-328-3 number 2, the words described in subsection 1 and remove provided by an LEA. Would you like to speak to your motion? I think you can.
No.
Okay, seeing no hands, please vote. This voting looks unanimous.
Chair, without objection, can we remove the capital professional?
Yes. Okay, let's move on. Any more amendments in this section? Board Member Klein.
Yes, so I move to change the wording in C to establishing learning communities committed to continuous improvement by identifying and providing necessary supports for underperforming students.
Okay, do I have a second?
This is Board Member Earl. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to your amendment, Board Member Klein?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Is there any, we have a motion on the floor to inlines, let's see. Now I can't see, in section 3, letter D, to remove the words individual and collective responsibility and in need of supports, and to include the words and providing necessary supports for. So the whole line would read as amended: establishing professional learning communities committed to continuous improvement, identifying underperforming students.
By identifying
Underperforming students. Thank you. Discussion to the motion.
Chair, I'm not sure that was read exactly right.
Okay, shall I try it again?
Yeah, because I think and providing necessary supports was supposed to still be there.
Yes.
Oh, it is. Okay, I'll rephrase. So the whole sentence would read, establishing professional learning communities committed to continuous improvement by identifying and providing necessary supports for underperforming students. Discussion to the motion.
Board Member Lear.
Board Member Lear.
I'd just like to ask the motion maker a question.
Go ahead.
I wondered what you don't like, Member Klein, about individual and collective responsibility.
So I actually, this motion went along with my previous motion for the definition of learning communities. And so I thought about how that changed it since that didn't pass. And I still like the brevity of this, and it's more focused on, instead of, you know, the ambiguity of collective responsibility or who specifically that includes, or individual for that matter. It just gets to the heart of what it is these learning communities are doing. It just goes straight to the action, that is by identifying and providing necessary support. So I thought the simplicity was, and the clarity was better.
Thanks, Betty.
Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need a little clarification on, and maybe I'm just not reading this correctly, so I apologize, Board Member Klein. I'm looking back to the term of establishing, so establishing professional learning communities by identifying the necessary support. So is that how we're establishing the learning communities? We do this, identify necessary supports in order to establish the learning communities. I'm a little confused about the verbiage, if you could help me, just so I have an understanding.
I don't think that would have changed. I don't think my amendment to that line or my motion that changes that line would change what you are asking either. So maybe it's just a problem with establishing, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
So professional learning communities is a process. It's not, we don't get together and identify underperforming students. We get together and we look at the whole thing as a group, and we identify trends within the group, And yes, it does become individual. Yes, it does identify students, and then we fill in the gaps. So in elementary, they talk about different instruction tiers, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Within an elementary, they would be identifying those, but it's a whole process. It's also the development of curriculum. So it goes from curriculum all through the way of assessment, and then it circles back around and you continue the process. Anyway, I think I'm good with how it is. The only thing I would say is we use, well, no, I like it the way it is. We'll just go with that.
Thank you, Board Member or Vice Chair Belknap.
I tend to agree here with Brent in the fact that this looks like the only people we can look at are underperforming students, and it's eliminating the opportunity to look at other students and how our professional learning communities work.
Thank you, Board Member Earl.
So this particular piece seems to be focused on underperforming students. That is the purpose of it, it seems to me, unless I'm missing the point there, but that is identifying and preventing. Okay, so it seems to be that the underperforming students is what we're trying to identify. So
underperforming was already there.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that this is focused on that. So I'm just trying to understand, maybe there's further clarification, maybe Board Member Belknap can provide that, because it does seem to be the point of this particular one, is the underperforming students.
Well, there's several commas, not to jump in, but committed to continuous improvement, individual and collective responsibility, and by identifying and providing necessary supports for underperforming students. So the way the commas are set up, we have a process, and it's a 3-stage process in this particular instance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I can see that clear now. I think with the markings and everything, it made that harder to see.
Yeah, we have lots of colors and lines and all kinds of things going on, so it's a little tricky. Board Member or Vice Chair Belknap, your hand is still up. Did you want to speak? Board Member, oh, you took your hand down as well. Board Member Booth.
So just to clarify, to make sure that we're on the same page, is individual and collective responsibility in or out? It's stricken in my copy here.
In this motion, individual and collective responsibility is out.
So it reads, establishing professional learning communities committed to continuous improvement by identifying and providing necessary supports for underperforming students.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we see no other hands. We have a motion on the table before the board that would remove the words individual and collective responsibility and in need of supports. Then it would include the words by and providing necessary supports for. So all of section D would read, establishing professional learning communities committed to continuous improvement by identifying and providing necessary supports for underperforming students. Does that sound right, Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Okay, please vote. Board Board Member Belknap. Am I only seeing one yes?
2 yeses, Board Member Booth, Board Member Klein, and I didn't see Board Member Moss's vote.
I voted no.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good, Sybil? Board Member Booth and Board Member Klein are yes?
We're good, thank you.
Board Member Belknap, you have a vote up. And Board Member Moss?
I just have another amendment that might be up next. If nobody else does, I have that one in the middle there.
Well, I've called on you, so go for it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So this again just comes experience with best practices in training. I think we've all been hearing from a lot of people. I had some good conversations with immigrant and refugee parents that expressed that these are the areas in which they're often harassed or bullied. And I think as we're providing guidance, it helps to provide some concrete ideas of where students are vulnerable. And so these come from that discussions. The proposed motion is that we add to the general description of feelings, rights, cultures, and traditions the words, including modes of dress, speech, or religious observance that may be related to a student's country of origin or ancestry. And again, those are tied back to Title VI, both in protection of national origin and also associated religious observance.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Okay, Board Member Earl is a second. We have a motion on the floor to add the words, including modes of dress, speech, or religious observance that may be related to a student's country of origin or ancestry, to section E of R277-328. It's actually section 3E. Board Member Lear.
And a question for the motion maker.
Go ahead.
Would you also want to add to that list at the end, ethnicity and religion, and possibly, I mean, sometimes there's a lack of religion or no religion at all that is a motivator for the way students speak or dress, or have religious preferences. So I'm just wondering why you chose only those few things.
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
I think it's the same balance we've been talking about with trying to give concrete examples that flesh it out combined with brevity. So I'm certainly open to additional terms. It was just an effort to get what I was hearing as kind of those crunch points where it often comes up. And so there are others, and I'd be open to a friendly addition.
And can I follow up quickly to that?
Yes, follow up.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I read this, I thought having taught a class for administrators at USU for 20 years on this, on these kinds of issues, the ones that teachers seemed to get were the dress, speech, religious observance kinds of issues. They didn't get the more subtle biases or subtle actions that were disturbing to some students. So I'm not saying that I think all of them are important. I just think that it's I feel like this is something teachers are more savvy about, but we could find a teacher in each school that's good at some things and not good at other things. So just my experience compared to yours, Member Moss.
Thank you. I have a question for Chair Huntsman, seeing no other hands. This came from Portrait of a Graduate. Is this come from Portrait of a Graduate, and was it specific to a country of origin or ancestry or religion? Could you help us?
I think you're trying to give me a promotion.
Chair Huntsman.
Hanson here, and I'm
Don't tell Chair Huntsman.
Just on the committee, not the big kahuna. So
Sorry,
I did. I think, as I said kind of in the intro, we tried to pull language that the board had already adopted And this language on 53 and 54 is directly from Portrait of a Graduate. Jeff can help with that. If I'm misspeaking, let me know, but I believe he pulled this right from that. And I certainly don't disagree with the amendment that's there, but I'm not sure that it adds anything to the cultures and traditions other than some specificity, but then it says may be related, which I think adds some ambiguity too, because somebody's got to determine whether they are related or not. So again, I think that we need to leave the LEAs with the freedom to teach as much specificity here as they want, if they want to get into this, if they feel that's necessary, or just teach straight from Portrait of a Graduate. So that would be my comment. Thank you, Chair.
For that clarification. Looking for hands. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion before the board to add the words including modes of dress, speech, or religious observance that may be related to a student's country of origin or ancestry to R277-328 section 3E. Please vote. I see 4 yeses, Board Member Moss, Board Member Earl, Board Member Booth, and Board Member Klein. I see the rest noes. Is that what you see, Vice Chair Belknap?
Yes, it is.
That motion fails. Thank you. We'll now entertain additional motions.
I think Board Member Klein has a point of order.
Board Member Klein?
Yes, point of order. May we take a short break?
Well, we just aren't robots, I guess. Let's take a little break. It's 5:36. Let's meet back here at 5:41. 5-minute break. Ready to go. I'm seeing some cameras. Checking quickly to see if we have a quorum. Hi. Thank you, that's helpful. I think we're close. Got like 7. All right, we're at a quorum now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you, Board Member Klein. That was a great reminder and well-timed. All right, let's continue to move through our amendments. I'm looking for hands. Board Member Booth.
Vice Chair Davis, I have in G, section G, a couple of I'd like to bring to the attention of the board. A number of constituents and some, I'm not sure where they got this verbiage. It may be from something that the board has already articulated somewhere, but they felt very strongly that we should include not just principles of inclusion, but strategies, so that there's some action that is included in the training. Here are the principles, and here are some things that you could do to be more inclusive in the classroom. And then they added the section that's in blue on 60, 61, and 62. And I feeling certainly, as we all do, that we want to speak for the needs of those that can't speak for themselves. I said I would carry it forward for your consideration. So my motion is that I would insert and strategies of on line 58, and that I would insert clause beginning after backgrounds on 60 through 62, including those with exceptional needs and those who are vulnerable to marginalization and exclusion, those who have traditionally have been left out or excluded from appropriate educational learning opportunities.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the floor is to, oh, I need a second. Do you have a second?
Maybe not.
Board Member Cannon will second.
Board Member Cannon is our second. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to include the words and strategies of, including those with exceptional needs and those who are vulnerable to marginalization and exclusion, and those who traditionally have been left out or excluded from appropriate educational learning opportunities, to R277-328, Section 3G. So the whole thing would read, implementing principles and strategies of inclusion as they pertain to students and educators with varying diverse abilities and backgrounds, including those with exceptional needs and those who are vulnerable to marginalization and exclusion, and those who traditionally have been left out or excluded from appropriate educational learning opportunities. Discussion to the motion. Board Member Earl.
I think Board Member Klein was first, so.
Okay, Board Member Klein. Let's hear from Lorraine Austin first.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the motion that's to the side, and there's the word varying is crossed out and diverse is added. But I know Member Booth did not mention that, and when you read it, you read both words. So I guess we just need a clarification on that.
I'm sorry, I missed that entirely. I did want to include in the motion striking varying and inserting diverse.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Lorraine. Boy, you're sharp this time of day.
He is. The motion stands corrected, and when we're done discussing, I'll repeat the whole thing accurately. Thank you. Board Member Klein.
Okay, so I'm looking at strategies of inclusion, and my first question was, what does that entail? If it's going to be in there, I would like it defined to say specifically what those strategies are. And then also I prefer keeping varying, just because it's, even though the words pretty much mean the same, one is more charged in this current climate. Varying kind of takes that piece out of it, makes it less controversial or prone to being twisted. And then I'm looking at, let's see, marginalization. That would be a good term to define as well, since there's a lot of controversy around that. Exclusion's pretty clear, just means left out. As far as traditionally been left out, I think that's assuming that things are that way now, and we're treating kids based on how people have acted in the past instead of looking at them as individuals and what's happening now. So that those are my thoughts, as far as we need some definitions in there to take out any ambiguity.
Okay, Board Member.
Place some of those more charged words.
Thank you, Board Member Earl.
Yeah, once again, in the name of brevity, I think diverse abilities and backgrounds does cover this plus more. And I would almost like to divide the motion.
Divide the question?
Divide the motion so that we have the strategies of separate from the bottom part. We can vote on those separate.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to divide the question and to divide out and strategies of from the rest of the motion. At this time, board members, we are only voting to divide the question. Do I need a second, Lorraine?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I'll second it.
Okay, board member Hutchings, thank you. Please vote to divide the question. It looks unanimous to me. Vice Chair Lear, you see
I
that?
voted, didn't I? I'm a yay.
Oh, sorry, I meant Belknap.
Board member
I was-
Cannon voted no.
Looking at your name and seeing and talking to Laura. Board member Cannon was a no, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to add the words and strategies of into let's see, let's start over. We have a motion on the floor to add the words and strategies of into R277-328 section 3G. Discussion to the motion? Board member Hanson?
Yeah, I'm fairly neutral on this one, but just so you understand the thought process, implementing principles was to provide that action part. So the word implement, when we're implementing those principles, I think that would mean that there would need to be those strategies in place, but I don't know that adding strategies takes away from that at all. Just the intent was not just talking about principles, but actually implementing them, putting them to work.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, please vote. I see board member Klein, board member Hanson, and Vice Chair Belknap are no's.
And sorry, board member Hart is a no.
And Hart.
And board member Hart. And board member Norton, I might have to do a roll call.
Okay.
Vice Chair Belknap,
No.
board member Booth,
Yes.
board member Cannon,
Yes.
board member Klein,
No.
board member Earl,
Yes.
board member Hanson,
No.
board member Hart,
No.
board member Hutchings,
Yes.
board member Lear,
Yes.
board member Moss,
Yes.
board member Norton,
No.
board member Straight,
Yes.
and I am a yes, that motion passes. We have another motion on the floor that is to add the words, that is to out the word varying and add the words diverse, including those with exceptional needs and those who are vulnerable to marginalization and exclusion, and those who traditionally have been left out or excluded from appropriate educational learning opportunities in Rule R277-328, Section 3G. Discussion to the motion. Board Member Cannon?
Thank you. I'm just responding to the additional language here as a grandmother of a little child who has Down syndrome, mother as a son who had learning disabilities. And I appreciate that. I think this language kind of speaks to their issues as well as others in need of equity. So I'm in favor of the language.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in favor of this one too. I just, my little daughter in the 2nd grade won a race. She won, she ran faster than 10 boys. And 10 boys pinned her down on the ground and wouldn't let her up because she was a girl. And she won the race. One boy stood up for her, one boy, while she was pinned to the ground. Similarly, she likes to play basketball. The boys, when she would try to play basketball in the 2nd grade, would push her and shove her. They wouldn't pass her the ball. And I've wondered, you know, she's still a great gal. She survived it, but she's 13 now. And I've always wondered, who's teaching our kids? I don't think the parents are teaching at home to do things like that to girls, that somehow girls can't win the race or girls can't play ball. I don't think they're teaching that, but somehow kids are picking it up. So where are we going to teach that that's not okay? I don't think it's okay anywhere, but it certainly shouldn't be happening at schools. Who's teaching about that girls can play too, and all of these other sorts of things? This has been on my mind for 5 years, so I'm going to vote. I'm speaking for this motion. Board Member Earl.
So I'm just wondering, does diverse abilities and backgrounds not cover that? When we start getting into this other area, we could keep listing, right? And that's my concern, is that some of these have some very specific things attached to them, and we could consider almost anyone vulnerable. I think that's why we kept it at a simplified language, so it could be encompassing to anyone, including educators of diverse abilities. It doesn't restrict that. So I'm concerned if we start adding this list on, then we've got to add, we don't want to leave anyone out. And that was, I think, the point of the wording in the first place. Chair Hansen, did this wording come from some specific area?
Am I okay to respond to that, Vice Chair?
Yes, please.
I believe that this language was actually, I believe that this language actually came as part of comment from board members after we had introduced the draft of the rule. And I would, as my own comment, I guess I'll add to that. I think that we were very broad with the language that we decided to include. And if you remember back in our resolution on embracing equity and denouncing racism, that we said we wanted to stay away from politically charged words, buzzwords, that sort of thing. And I think that unfortunately, some of these have become that. So I believe that the sentiment here is encompassed in the words that we had already. I believe that the LEAs can build on that. I certainly agree with the sentiment. We want to be we've taken great pains in all the things we've done to be very inclusive of kids with all abilities, kids from all backgrounds, kids from all characteristics. So to avoid getting tied up, I think, in some of the baggage that some of the words come, and then also the subjectivity of, you know, who is vulnerable, what is marginalization, traditionally who's been left out. I'm going to vote against this one.
Thank you. Board Member Booth.
I can certainly appreciate the sensitivity of Chair Hansen and those that have worked on the committee. I wasn't there and didn't put in all the hours, and I certainly appreciate all of that careful, thoughtful consideration of how to articulate these things. As I mentioned, these ideas were added in respect to some constituents who have children. And though the broad language is inclusive, occasionally parents and children who are hurting or who have been marginalized or who have been excluded, a little nod of 2 or 3 lines can, for thousands of families, be just a little nudge of, we see you, we hear you, and we validate you. And I know it's not all inclusive, so probably just the emotional side of my being reaches out, as I know all of your hearts would, because you're just good people for these people. And maybe we don't need this, but I think it's important in this public setting to express that we are hearing and that we do recognize and that we are committed to those children with exceptional needs and those who are vulnerable and marginal, all the rest. So that's my comment. Thanks for the opportunity to bring this forward.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion before the board that is to remove the word varying and add the word diverse, including those with exceptional needs and those who are vulnerable to marginalization and exclusion, and those who traditionally have been left out or excluded from appropriate educational learning opportunities. To R277-328, section 3G. Please vote. I see 3 yeses, or 4 yeses. Board Member Lear, Board Member Moss, Board Member Booth, and myself.
And Board Member Cannon.
And Board Member Cannon. Did I miss anyone else as a yes? Okay, this motion fails. So we're going to continue on. We've done 8 motions and we have 17 to go, at least ones that we see on the paper. Maybe some of the folks aren't going to bring those forward, but potentially they could. So we're going to start saying, just, you get one time to speak. Make your amendment and speak once, and we'll move right along. Okay, let's move on. Looking for hands for motions. Natalie, Board Member Klein. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I'm just noticing there was one before mine. That was Jim Moss's. Did he want to go first? Up in that section we were just working on. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not going to bring that one, the accommodation one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So my motion is to add in there in, I don't know what section is that, J, I guess. Is that where it is? Is that what he has on here? Okay, protecting against any form of compelled speech or thought. And then adding in K, academic before learning. L, removing barriers to learning. And M, providing open access to opportunities for growth, achievement, and needed resources.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it. This is Board Member Earl.
Board Member Earl, we have a motion before the board to add the words protecting against any form of compelled speech or thought, learning and providing open access to opportunities for academic growth, achievement, and needed resources, and removing the words "and allow students to have accessible pathways to resources and opportunities" in R277-328, Section 3K. Any discussion to the motion?
So these are things that should be taught in the training, just to clarify. I think the other things on the list are great. I think these are important ones to add. Or in N, I simply changed the wording just because it seemed awkward the way it was before, just to simplify that. And I would, I don't know if you can fix this, but I would put removing instead of remove, just so that it is consistent on each of those that are listed.
Yes, I think that's a technical change that can be made. Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion before the board that says that moves to add the words "protecting against any form of compelled speech or thought, academic and learning, and providing open access to opportunities for academic growth, achievement, and needed resources," and removing the words "allow students to have access allow students to have accessible pathways to resources and opportunities." Please vote. I see yes as Board Member Hutchings, Board Member Moss, Board Member Klein, and I didn't see Board Member Earl.
Board Member Earl's a yes.
A yes. I see the rest is no's. Did I miss anyone? Sybil, did you get that?
Yes, I got that the motion failed.
The motion failed. Thank you. So let's move on. Do we have any more motions in section 3?
Sorry, I have another one.
Okay, can I come right back to you, Board Member Klein? Sure. And I'll go to Board Member Moss first and then come back to you. Thank you. Board Member Moss.
There we go. Just trying to make sure I'm following the numbers. The one that I had was -3 sub 3, the professional learning provided by an LEA may not. There we go. It's highlighted in green.
Yes, thank you. We have a motion on the board to, oh, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Klein. We have a motion on the board to include the words "or asks a student to accept" in R277-328, section 3A. Is that right?
So can I just say something to help maybe clear up some of the confusion? Because I think both had amendments on the same section, and his was made before that part was crossed out, and it actually makes more sense if that part before it is not stricken. And it probably should be voted on without that being stricken.
Yeah, so with the motion, it would read, "The professional learning provided by an LEA may not include instruction that promotes or endorses or asks a student to accept that all the following."
Accept that.
Discussion to the motion?
Can I speak to the motion?
Please do.
So I think what came out of committee is a well-crafted, narrow set of guidelines of things that are harmful and I think probably unlawful if somebody promotes or endorses that somebody's characteristics are inherently superior or inferior, if those characteristics determine the content of their character, if they bear responsibility for past actions or even present actions by others because of those characteristics, that they should be discriminated against. This adds a different type of harm that I think is out there and that we should step in to prevent. And that is when you go from advocating or endorsing something to then asking the student to accept that they are somehow inferior, superior, that they bear responsibility or blame. An example that was brought up to me is that we would never talk about Pearl Harbor and then ask a student of Japanese descent to accept some form of guilt or responsibility or shame. We should not do that to a white student or something that might have been done in the past. We should not ever, I think, ask students to speak, write, stand up, form a line, whatever it is, based on these immutable characteristics, including race, in a way that violates these terms that we've already adopted, or at least I think we have before us from the committee. So it's similar, but I think it's another step that's been taken, unfortunately, by some schools out there. And I don't think we're seeing it everywhere in Utah, but it's harmful enough and I think crosses a legal line. And it's worth saying that you cannot do that.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Lear.
I'm just trying to understand. So this would read, the professional learning provided by an LEA may not include instruction that promotes or endorses or asks the student to accept. And then where does it go?
May I speak to that? I think it would help if my motion was moved down below so the A becomes B, and then B goes up to where A is, and then it will make sense.
That is students. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What about, okay, can I follow up with that to
Yes.
a question again?
Follow up.
What about a learning experience or example where a teacher says, I'd like this group of students to be, to speak about slavery in the South in the mid 1880s or 1850s, or I even forget exactly what decade, and I'd like these students to speak against it, or and have a discussion back and forth about the pros and cons, age appropriately. Or what about a similar kind of experience where a student was that maybe the teacher asks the students to self-identify, or do you think that this would chill that really reasonable learning opportunity?
I don't, can I respond?
Yes, please.
I don't think so. And I think, for the example you brought up, or speak for this or against that, or again, going to something like Pearl Harbor, let's discuss that. But that's a different thing than that, talking about Pearl Harbor and then asking a Japanese student to wrestle with, the identification of guilt or shame. The things that are listed here, I think already in the rule, are very narrow. So this is not at all, as came out of committee, intended to squelch discussion of difficult subjects. It's intended to not endorse that a student bears responsibility. And I think we should also, in the same vein, not ask a student to talk about whether they bear responsibility, to ask them to identify with any particular act of the past. That should be a theoretical, historical discussion that does not single out individual students in front of their classmates. I think it's a pretty bright line.
I guess can I finish? I'm sorry, you want to move on, but I guess
Last follow-up.
Last follow-up. I guess I can, for the right age and type of students, I guess asking them how they feel about reparations or those kinds of things. I guess I don't have a problem with that. I think it could prompt insight and thinking, but I absolutely agree that it would have to be the right level of students and the right kind of class. Thanks.
Chair, very quick.
Please.
This would not prohibit a question about their feelings on reparations. It would prohibit asking them to identify whether they're responsible for the actions that might lead to a call for reparations. It's going to the individual in the terms laid out already in the rule, as opposed to discussions about policy or even their beliefs about policy. It's just a very tight avoidance of asking the student to identify themselves based on their characteristics with the subjects that are being discussed. That's different than, I think, discussing those subjects and having an opinion about it.
Thank you. Chair Hansen and then Board Member Straight.
Just briefly, I don't think that you can get to asking a student to accept without promoting or in.
Chair Hansen, you are frozen.
Together. I wasn't worried about them getting to that. Oh, my Zoom just crashed.
Chair Hansen, I'm going to go to Board Member Straight and then come back to you. It may help if you turn your camera off. Board Member Straight, or I should say Vice Chair of this committee, Straight.
All right, so I guess I'm thinking through my own mind of things that I've done instructionally. We used to always have a debate in government class, Locke versus Hobbes, and we would use that as a dividing point. And I think to the point of Board Member Moss, I think he understands that wouldn't be a problem, and I think he presents it very well. But I'm not sure the general public wouldn't see that potentially as a problem, especially if I bump it up one to a different debate, which I've also used in government class, and that is Adam Smith versus Karl Marx. And, just the mention of that in some people's minds becomes a trigger point. I don't know. I don't want to belabor this too much, but I just worry what it really means to the general public when we talk about some of these terms, because teachers have been called in and raked over the coals over things like that. And I guess that's not going to change that. So I'm not sure exactly what I think of this.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Earl, and then we'll come back to Chair Hansen if he can reconnect.
Sure. I just think at the end of our rule here, we put, you can't prohibit or ban discussions of events, ideas, attitudes, beliefs, or concepts. And I think there's a difference between, and that's what Board Member Straight is talking about, that idea of discussion about concepts and ideas and thoughts, and a difference between asking someone to accept or take on something. I think there is a clear difference there, and we are seeing this. And I just think it's a precautionary element to include that. So those are just my thoughts, and I think we allow that dialogue to take place that is so critical that both Board Member Leary and Straight addressed.
Thank you. Chair Hansen, are you?
Thanks. I think I'm back up and running. My Zoom just froze, so I had to go out and come back in. Thank you. And I, frankly, when I thought about about endorse or promote, if teachers aren't doing those two things, I don't think they ever get to asking a student to accept. So I don't think they get to that area. I do appreciate the recognition that this really is not, I don't think we're in the business of banning ideas. I think it's important that students age appropriately can have discussions about all these ideas, but they need to be appropriate discussions, and the teacher needs to be acting an appropriate role. And I think that's what the training is designed to do.
Thank you. Seeing other hands, we have a motion before the board to include the words "or asks a student to" in R277-328-3. So I think we've numbered that wrong. Anyway, we'll fix that. Please vote. I see yes votes from Board Member Earl, Board Member Klein, and Board Member Moss. Did I miss anyone, Vice Chair Belknap?
Board Member Hutchings. And I don't know if I missed anyone else either. Board Member Booth.
Hart.
Board Member Hart.
May need to take a roll call.
We had 4 no's. Member Belknap was a no, Member Davis, Member Norton, and Member Cannon. And then I could read off the rest of the yeses.
Oh, you have Board Member Straight and you have Board Member Hanson that are no's.
Let's take a quick roll call.
Okay.
Vice Chair Belknap,
No.
Board Member Booth,
Yes.
Board Member Cannon,
No.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Earl,
Yes.
Board Member Hanson, Chair Hanson,
No.
Board Member Hart,
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings,
Yes.
Board Member Lear, Board Member Lear,
No.
Board Member Moss,
Yes.
Board Member Norton,
No.
Board Member Straight,
No.
I am a no. This motion passes. So let's continue to our next amendment. Board Member Klein.
Wait, Vice Chair Davis, I think
Yes.
that's a fail. Didn't the motion fail?
I thought there were only 7 yeses. I'll recount.
There needs to be 8.
There's only 13 board members today.
Oh, there still has to be 8.
Really?
You're,
No.
no, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 no's, so that motion fails.
Doesn't it just have to be the majority of a quorum?
My fault. I apologize. It has to be the majority of the board. Even if you only had 9 people attending the meeting, you'd still have to have 8 votes to pass. Okay, let's move to the next amendment, please.
Okay, that would be mine. And based on that not passing. Okay, so we can leave it as it is in the order it's in with A, so that it says the professional learning provided by an LEA may not direct or encourage students to identify themselves with an identity group or with any identity groups associated with oppressor or oppressed categories. And then it continues, or include instruction that promotes, endorses, or asks a student to accept that a student, and then it continues.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, or do we have a second?
I'll second it. Board Member Earl.
Board Member Earl, we have a motion on the floor that moves to take out the words include instruction that promotes or endorses.
Actually, that word below, it doesn't really take it out. It's just, he's got it in there twice.
Okay, so do you want me to just start on the beginning of line 75?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion before the board that moves to add the words direct or encourage students to identify themselves with any identity groups associated with oppressor or oppressed categories, or include instruction that promotes, endorses, or asks a student to accept that. That would be
All right.
to R277-328, section 3 motion. So you tell us what you want in it.
Well, I think that's already been voted down, so I guess we'll take that out.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to add the words direct or encourage students to identify themselves with any identity group associated with oppressor or oppressed categories. Do we still have a second, board member Earl?
Yes.
Thank you. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, Jim, board member Moss.
I think this may, be a difficult motion, but I think we're ignoring some of the problems that we're seeing out there, and we're ignoring some of the input from communities that are having their students shamed and being asked to identify themselves as oppressors or people who bear guilt for something in the past. And I think that's a mistake. I think we need to pay more attention to that concern. And I think much of our rule does that, but this particular problem of asking students to identify in front of their classmates is, I think, a harmful thing and frankly unlawful under Title VI. So I support this motion.
Thank you. Board member Straight.
So the legislature specifically gave us 3 concepts that covered very broadly, I believe, even this. The very first one, in regards to, and I can't see it here, but basically to that one race is superior to another. Oppressor, oppressed, that includes that. And so in the sake of brevity and sake of making sure we cover all our bases, I think it was absolutely important that we included what the legislature asked. And as I look at those, I think it covers all of those areas in regards to that. So I'm satisfied with the language as we currently have it. I think it protects.
Board member Klein, a quick follow-up.
Actually, this is a response to that. If you look at the hierarchy chart or the intersectionality chart that has been included in the Access Committee's documents and the training the diversity training that we sat through, it had that chart in it. There are many other categories besides race on there that are being categorized as oppressed versus oppressor. And so this covers much more broadly than just the race issue. And based on that chart that has been taught, I believe this needs to be included in there because this is how kids are being asked to deconstruct their identity or join certain groups instead of being looked at as an individual.
Thank you. Board member Straight, quick follow-up.
Unfortunately, what started as an effort by the state board to help all students with equity, every single student in the state of Utah is now broken down into a focus on race. And race is an important element. We're not excluding it. In fact, we've dedicated some very precise language to that. And that's my response.
Thank you. Let's, Board Chair Hansen, we haven't heard from you yet, and then let's vote, please.
Just wanted to say that we did take what came from the legislature. We also added, and I believe the superiority part of it plays directly to this problem that is trying to be addressed. But also we added one about responsibility for past acts. of a group that a student might belong to. Between the two of those, I think that this one is covered, and I think that we could continue to add things to this list. But the basics are there. If you look at all the legislation that's out there regarding this, I think that we've covered the things that our legislature was concerned about, and also the vast majority of what's out there in other legislation. So I will vote against this one.
Thank you. We have a motion before the board to delete the word, or sorry, we have a motion before the board to add the words direct or encourage students to identify themselves with any identity groups associated with oppressor or oppressed categories, or include instruction that promotes, endorses, or asks a student to accept. Please vote.
Vice Chair Davis, I'm sorry, this is Lorraine. I thought B was, the language in B was not in this motion.
Sorry, you're right. We are only voting on the first half of the language. Direct or encourage students to identify themselves with any identity groups associated with oppressor or oppressed categories. Please vote again. I see Board Member Klein and Board Member Moss. Yes votes.
Board Member Earl.
Board Member Earl. And everyone else, I see it. Let's move on to our next, that motion fails. Let's move to our next amendment. Board Member Klein.
Okay, this is a short, quick one down in section D, where it says a student or educator should be discriminated against, shamed, or adverse treatment, just adding shamed.
Okay, before the board, do we have a second?
Second. Booth.
Second, Board Member Booth. There's a motion before the board to add the word shamed in R277-328, section 3D. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, please vote.
Chair Hansen.
Oh, Chair Hansen, sorry, Chair Hansen.
Just a question for the maker of the motion. Who would decide whether someone is shamed or not?
I think if a student feels shamed, I think they're the ones that, I think the individual is probably best to be able to determine whether they're being shamed. But I think it's something that, you know, any reasonable person could tell if they were shaming someone. And if we're, you know, if teachers are trained not to shame others, I think that's, I mean, our laws even state, in fact, we should probably reference the law in here that talks about the importance of not shaming students.
Thank you. This is an add to what the legislature had in their language. And I'll speak against it.
I have a quick question. Is this the language that came straight from the legislature, Chair Hansen?
We added sex, religion, sexual orientation. We added some categories to it, but race was what came from the legislature. And it discriminated against or receive adverse treatment, I think, was from the legislature.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion before us to add the word shamed to R277-328, section 3D. Please vote. Vice Chair Belknap. I missed some of those, but I have a yes for Board Member Moss, Board Member Booth, Board Member Klein, Board Member
Earl, Hart, and Belknap.
Okay, did you get that, Sybil?
Was that 6 yeses? Earl, Klein, Moss, Hart, and Belknap?
Yes, the motion fails.
Thank you.
And Board Member Booth as well.
Still failed.
Thank you.
Do we have any more amendments that want to be brought forward for section 3? Board Member Earl?
I'm hoping this is okay. I'd like to move up what Board Member Moss had, excuse me, listed under 4. So it's line 137, or at least that's what it was. So section 5. I'd like to move it up at the end of this section, section 3. So if you go down a little bit more, right there, that 5A and B.
So I think what we need to do is what we're doing on the others, and when we get to section 5, or section.
You want me to wait to move it up to that section?
Then if the language passes, to have in the, well, I guess when we have the motion on the table to vote for this language, you can amendment to change the placement. You can amend it.
Okay, that's fine.
That
we were in
accurate?
3, so I just
Right.
thought I would.
Lorraine, is that how you would suggest proceeding?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So do we have any others in section 3? And Board Member Earl, your hand. Oh, so there you go. Okay, let's move to section 4. Decided not to bail on their amendments. Board Member Earl. You're muted.
Molly, do you have one you want to touch base on there before I go to 4?
Chair, can I respond?
Sure, if you want to do yours first, that's fine.
No, I'm actually going to withdraw that. I am exceedingly concerned about the direction that this training is going. We've now covered inclusion, PLCs, discrimination, harassment, portrait of graduate, counterpoints, cultures and traditions, intellectual honesty, freedom of speech, protecting against any form of compelled speech. I am extremely concerned that this is an impossible training to put together, and we're just hanging our LEAs out there. We're hanging our trainers out there, our educators out there. So, and we don't care if it's an hour, or if it's 12 hours, or if it's whatever. So I'm not going to say that we're going to provide materials after. I'm going to say that for the protection of LEAs, perhaps we do need to see them ahead of time. But I'm currently working on some sort of wording that that it's not, that it has some sort of guidelines around it. Reasonable amount of time. A training is scheduled for Friday and a parent comes in on Wednesday and says they don't like the training materials. What do you do? Do you cancel the training? Do you? We are not ready for, this is not ready for prime time. This is, I withdraw the motion.
Okay, so you don't want to make a motion in section 4?
No, if somebody else wants to, that's fine, but I'm not going to be the one to do it.
Okay, Board Member Earl.
Okay, so mine is, if you go down to section 4, and this still seems ambiguous to me, and this is the reason why I'm trying to clear it up in my mind. It's an LEA may, and you can leave only in there, because I do think that's key. I have that stricken, but an LEA may only provide curriculum and classroom instruction, and then remove that includes components as described in, oh no, that includes components. Sorry, that's someone else's motion. So it goes from classroom instruction as described in section R277 328 3-3. So it just removes that includes components as described in. And we've already voted on not having the Title 6 of the Civil Rights Act in there. So we can remove that.
Okay, do we have a second to?
Hold on, do you want me to do it? I'll do it in one.
Go ahead, you can do the whole thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at the other, and then you go down to 2, and it's that includes components as, that's removed, described in section 3-3. I think I've debated on going back and forth and just leaving it the whole thing or just that section. I think we better just leave it that section. So if we can remove that, Jeff, the crossing out the 3, don't cross out the Jeff, please don't do that. And I think and then go down a little further. So this is all one motion. It's just, to me, it's a clarification on that. If an LEA provides curriculum as described in section R277 328 3-3, it shall this and this, and then taking out the classroom instruction portion. So we're addressing the curriculum, we're addressing those key pieces. And I know that they wanted those left in, so if there was any kind of, that there was the ability to still discuss those issues, but I feel like we do that at the end of the document. We don't do it, the prohibitions. We allow for that to take place. This just references the curriculum and how it is to be used and such.
Okay, so.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so I just need a succinct motion of which words are added and which words are removed.
So if you go back up, sorry, it's just taking out, includes concepts. So an LEA may only provide curriculum and classroom instruction as described in section R277 328-3, and then it continues down, and in 2 it says if an LEA provides curriculum as described in section R277 3-3, the curriculum shall, and then removing 3. And that's my motion. So
yours is everything in pink.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion for the board to remove the words that includes concepts as described in, that includes concepts as, and classroom instruction that includes concepts as described in section, and if there's something below that, in R277-328, section 4, 2, and then several. Just say section 4. Discussion to the motion. Actually, I need a second. Do we have a second? Thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Hanson?
I will try to explain for board members what the intent was here. So we dealt with professional learning up above and specified how that needed to be done. And one of the issues that's come up is the transparency issue. And so that was to be approved. Not originally, the thought was that it would need to be approved through a public meeting for professional learning. But that, in talking to folks from the field, proved to be really unwieldy, that they would have to 3 months ahead, get that on an agenda, run it through a board meeting, and get it out. So still to serve the interest of transparency and to give parents an idea of what's being taught to the teachers, which in turn would be applied to the students. That's why the information was to be posted on a public website or made publicly available. So now that's the professional learning piece. Now we're down here dealing with curriculum. Curriculum, we took as a model kind of the process that we use for sex ed, because that is another thing that the legislature has stepped into and controlled, and that is approved through a public meeting and made publicly available. And so that's what the requirements are here. If we remove, the requirements only apply if the LEA decides to have curriculum that is going to include those concepts that are listed in 3.3. So they can have equity curriculum and run it through their normal process, but if they choose to include those in curriculum, then they need to be run through this process, which would mean it needs to be approved through a public meeting and made publicly available. If we take out that includes concepts, then I think that we're really broadening this out, because that's any curriculum. The way it's worded now, that'd be any curriculum, and any classroom instruction wouldn't even be limited to this rule. I guess I don't think this rule can dictate what happens outside of it, but it would create some issues there, I think. So that's, and then for classroom instruction, teachers there wouldn't be a public process for that. They would just be on the hook to follow the tenets of this rule if they're going to present this kind of information, because teachers need to respond to current events, to current discussions, to questions. But then parents would have an ability to address that, because they'd have a clear set of standards, and they would know the standards the teacher is supposed to apply when they're presenting it. So if something came up in a classroom discussion, a parent became aware of it, they'd be able to say, hey, this doesn't match up with 328 in this area, in this area, in this area, and then go through a complaint process. And we wouldn't have it would try to eliminate some of the subjectivity on what's acceptable and what's not. Hopefully a lot of that subjectivity by the guidelines and the rule that we put in place here. But hopefully that helps. I'd oppose removing that language, because it would broaden this out to all curriculum and all classroom instruction, which I don't think is our intent at all. This was just a narrow set. If the LEAs decide that they want to put those 4 items into curriculum, then it needs to go through a public meeting and needs to be addressed that way. So it needs to be age appropriate and have those. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Earl.
And I so appreciate Chair Hansen. He's been thoughtful about this. We've had this discussion a couple times. It feels like a double negative to me. Even in sex ed curriculum, there's things that you can't advocate for, and you still can't bring those to a public meeting and ask that those be put into the curriculum. So I guess that's my thought process or my concern, and I do appreciate the thoughtfulness here. So this is not, I know he's explained this a few times, and I appreciate that. It feels like a double negative to me. Like you can't, or the advocating of something, but then we're saying, but you can if you do this. So, and anyways, I feel like we address that further down. So everybody can kind of weigh that out and decide where they fall on that. It feels double negative to me, so.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Chair, could I just respond briefly to that?
Yes, quick follow-up.
I'll be very, very quick. It's important to note that these are not like sex ed where these concepts cannot be discussed. They just can't be promoted or endorsed. If they are discussed, they have to be done in a way that's prescribed by the rule. And so I think there is a difference there. We're trying to balance here freedom of speech and freedom of ideas and the ability to help our kids understand what's going on in the world so they don't get hit with this cold when they graduate, and some things that have been found to be objectionable, harmful. And so we're trying to strike that balance here, and that's what the attempt was to do. I'll be quiet now. But I hope that I'm not seen as being on a soapbox. I know that this isn't a perfect rule. It's created in less than ideal conditions. But I think it's my duty to explain the thought process to the board. So that's why I'm speaking more than usual here.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, and then we're going to vote.
From what I'm hearing, I think we're all in agreement as far as what things, how things can be talked about and what can be talked about. And it does say it later down in the rule. We're not banning any ideas or discussions. I think it's just the way this is worded is confusing. Or the sections, maybe it's because there's too many threes. What section 3 are you talking about? This one, it looks like you're referring, it's almost like you're saying you can teach everything that it just said you can't teach. So I think it's just a matter of clarifying that. And I know there was an attempt to do that, but it's still confusing. And so if it's confusing for some of us, it's going to be confusing for others in the schools. And so I think Jenny's just attempting to make it so that there's no confusion in what we're doing or what we're saying.
Thank you. We have a motion before the board, which is to include the words in R277-328 section 4. Help me get this right, Jeff. To remove the words "that includes concepts as described in."
Wait, sorry, that it should be that includes concepts.
That includes concepts as described in. That includes concepts as. Then can you scroll down?
Well, it would be that includes concepts, so the as is left in there.
Okay, that includes concept. Classroom instruction that includes concepts as described in section R277-328-3 shall be in accordance with the professional learning guidelines and requirements established in R277-328-32. We are voting to remove all of these words. Board members, please vote.
Wait, I don't understand what we're voting on still.
You're voting to remove all the words in pink.
Okay, so can somebody scroll down? Okay, so it would read an LEA may only provide curriculum and instruction as described in. So we're not going to put section R.
Oh, it is that section. It is that section. There's two other, someone else's motion.
It's another amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would have that number.
As of right now.
In addition to A, B, C. Now, are we also voting on D at this point?
No.
No, that's a different amendment. Someone else's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please vote to remove all of that language. I see 4 yeses from board member, 5 yeses, Moss and Hart and Hutchings and Klein and Earl. Vice Chair Belknap, did I miss any no's or yeses?
That's what I saw.
Okay, that motion fails. Let's go to the next one. Anyone have something else in section 4? Board member Klein.
Okay, so now I'm just looking at it the way going. So I would have taken out, what he just crossed out there. And then adding in on D, it should be, let's see, I think the wording is slightly off there. So contains age appropriate content for the developmental age of the student and is truthful. It needs an is there at the beginning of D. Okay, so it would read, an LEA may only provide curriculum and classroom instruction in accordance with state and federal law, blah, 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 and is truthful, historically accurate, and based on verifiable original source documents and a solid understanding of the original intent of the Constitution.
Okay, thank
And
you. Oh, we need
that
a
would be it.
second. Do we have a second? Seeing none, let's move to the next amendment. Do we have another amendment that someone wants to bring forward for section 4? Board Member Earl?
This is moving up. I guess, do I need to wait for that to get passed to move it up? Is that what I'm understanding? So the 5, an educator, parent, or student may bring.
I have to remember Moss, Green. That was clever of Jeff to color code everyone's names according to their last names. So Lorraine, we talked about this earlier. Do we need to see if Board Member Moss wants to bring this forward? And then if the language passes, then to move it, then she can make a separate motion to move it to a different place? Or does it need to be an amendment to his motion? Amendment to amendment.
A motion needs to be made to make that change first. And it could be one person making the motion to make the change and move it up.
Okay, so Board Member Moss, if he wants to bring this language in, could he make the motion to include this language and move it?
This is just a suggested motion. He can make any motion he wants.
Right. Okay. So either Board Member Moss or Earl, however you want to do it, if you still want to, you can seek to have this language included and then moved.
If it's okay, I'll just make the motion for Jim, unless he wants to do it. All right, Jim, are you wanting to do it?
Go for it. Go for it. You were already on it.
So, and I would include in that to move it up to the section 3. So an educator, parent, or student may bring a violation of this rule to the attention of the board pursuant to subsection 53E 4018, which is already law. It's just drawing attention to that. And no retaliation by any LEA or educator shall be permitted to submit the complaint for violation of R277 So, and then moved up to the bottom of section 3.
Do we have a second?
I'll second and have a comment after.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to add the language: an educator, parent, or student may bring a violation of this rule to the attention of the board pursuant to subsection 53E-401. No retaliation by an LEA or educator shall be permitted for submitting a complaint for violation of this R277-328. And with the motion is a requested placement change. Discussion to the motion, Board Member Lear.
We have a rule that provides for a problem that occurs in an LEA, and I believe it's R277-113, and it does need some reworking and beefing up. But I think singling out this one rule and this one issue to come directly to the board, especially today, makes my head hurt. But it also, I personally think it is no more important than children who are denied participation in activities because of school fee problems, or schools that persistently do not post required information on their websites, and it may seem less personal to some of you, but to me, things that further economically disadvantage children is one of the harshest things that can happen. I'm going off on a tangent. I just think this rule should be addressed the way violations of all rules would be addressed. And I hope to, where that we somewhere find all those monitors to review the violations and the problems and the perceived violations, but I don't think it should come directly to the board. I do believe in the retaliation piece of it. I wish there was a good place to put that, except retaliation is always and already prohibited under state and federal law.
Board Member Moss.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that perhaps we split these two. I also, when I initially drafted this, didn't intend to be a direct appeal to the board. It would be in the event that a district might not be responsive, they could raise it to the board's attention. And that again is just best practice in reporting and retaliation. And in companies, you have multiple avenues if there's an issue. But I get the point that's brought about consistency with other potential areas of harm. So maybe the suggestion is just to split the 2.5.
Point of order, is that something that would be a separate motion, or would we?
Yep. Are you making a motion, Board Member Moss?
I will. I would move to split A and B into two separate sections for votes.
I second that.
Okay. Do we have discussion to the motion to divide? Board Member Belknap?
Not to divide, sorry.
Okay. Okay, we are voting to divide.
Wait, I have my hand up.
Oh, Board Member Hart?
So I actually appreciate separating that, because I don't like at all the idea of an educator, parent, or student accelerating a concern to the board. I think we've got enough problems where we don't have enough parent education and community education on how to respond to concerns about what happens in a classroom. The longer the time between the educator knowing the incident and the educator knowing about the incident and able to answer to that needs to happen fairly immediately, and it needs to happen through a chain. However, I do understand and appreciate that an educator that might have concerns about a training that they participated in, that might be a little bit more of and yes, I appreciate that those safeguards do currently exist, but this is such a hot topic. I can see that an educator may want some additional safeguards there, and as they inquire about and they have questions about training that they were compelled to participate in as part of their employment. So I appreciate that it's split, and I think that makes it obvious where my thoughts on the two.
Thank you. Board Member Belknap, did you want to speak on dividing the question or no? Wait, I'm going to speak against dividing the question in the interest of time, just because I think both of these rules are already inherent in laws and rules that we already have. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on dividing the question? Board Member Hart, your hand is up still. Do you have another? Okay. We have a motion before the board to divide the question. Please vote. I see yes votes for Board Member Klein, Board Member Earl, Board Member Moss, and Board Member Hart.
And Board Member Cannon.
And Board Member Cannon. This motion fails. So now we're back to the original motion before the board. Do we have, I'm not going to restate it, but I will at the end. Do we have any other discussion to the content of these motions now? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion before the board. Oh, now Board Member Klein.
I was just going to suggest possibly changing the part to the attention of the board to maybe putting in UPAC. Would that be appropriate?
No.
Laura's shaking her head.
We have Debbie Davis with her hand up.
Hello, everyone. Debbie Davis, Chief Audit Executive for the board. Just a bit of clarification about the subsection of code that's quoted there, or that's indicated there. That portion of code actually states, so it's 8D, it says an individual may bring a violation of statute or state board rule to the attention of the state board in accordance with a process described in a rule adopted by the state board. We are in process of writing a rule to comply with that section of code, and it will be coming to the audit committee next week. So essentially it would follow the public education hotline process. And of course, with that public education hotline process, we like to start local. So we do refer things back to LEAs to work things out, but there is a process to report violations to the state board, and it is through the public education hotline.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, your hand is still up. Did you? Board Member Earl?
Yes, I think if I'd known that, I got a text about that too just a minute ago, then but it would have been nice to have split it because they could have removed that part, but we didn't split it, so I guess it leaves it together. So anyways, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other discussion to the amendment, we have an amendment before the board, a motion that would add an educator, parent, or student may bring a violation of this rule to the attention of the board pursuant to subsection 53E-3-4018D. No retaliation by an LEA or educator shall be permitted for submitting a complaint for violation of this R277-328. And it shall be moved to lines 97. Is that the line you want to move it to, Jenny? Which section did you want to move it?
Yes, at the end of 3. So
to the end of section 3. We'll say it that way. Shall be moved to the end of section 3. Please vote. I see yeses for Board Member Klein, Board Member Earl, and Board Member Moss, were you a yes?
Yes.
And Board Member Moss. I believe that motion fails. We are on section 5. Board Member Hutchings.
I was hoping that while we were in section 3 that I could make a motion that pertains to 3.
Do you want to go back to section 3?
If I could, or I could later.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do it right now.
Okay.
Let's do it right now.
I would like to make a motion that we delete numbers 5 and 6 in section 3.
Okay, we have a motion. I need a second.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion before the board, which is to delete lines 5 and 6 in section 3 of R277-328. We have a second, so discussion to the motion. Board Member Hutchings.
Yeah, in looking at this, I'm trying to think of any professional learning that has a requirement of parent review, and I can't think of any, and I'm not sure that's a good precedent to start. I think the LEAs are responsible to their board and to USBE for their professional learning.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I'm just thinking out loud to this because, you know, this is an area where it was very difficult for me as well. But I want to read a little bit from the I lost it. From the resolution, excuse me. On 33, it says that, and this is relationship to the board, ensure, they use the word ensure that the following concepts are not included in the curriculum standards, and then we know what those three are. And I think we very much improved those, actually made them much more inclusive. But it also says, down on 41 and 42, be it further resolved that the Utah State Board of Education report back to the Education and Term Committee regarding the board's progress related to the resolution. I feel like this part is sort of required by that. And I do agree with Board Member Hutchings that this is unique, and it's very, very unique. Unfortunately, even though we've been working on this for several years, the legislature has intervened, and what they send us was non-binding, but it's not really non-binding because they've told us, and I've heard it directly, that if we don't take care of it, they will. And so I'm not against what you're suggesting here, and I have a lot of, there's many things in my mind that support that idea, but that's all throughout much of this document. Based on the requirements of what we've been given, which I do see as requirements, I think we have to leave these. But maybe someone has a better thought, because I'm open, definitely.
I am not seeing any hands, and I'm not comfortable doing this as a chair, but I'm just going to go do this publicly. This is really atypical, but what about amending this to saying within a reasonable amount of time after being requested? So if a parent wants to request the training materials, a parent can request the training materials, and the LEA has to provide those within a reasonable amount of time. If someone wants to pick up that amendment to help find a middle ground there, great. If not, we'll just move on as the motion stands to take it out. Board Member Hanson, let's hear from Chair Hanson.
I think Board Member Hart was ahead of me, and I'm happy to wait.
Okay, Board Member Hart.
As you know, I had a proposed amendment here originally that prior to the training, my concerns are very practically based. What it looks like, how that would actually happen, would the materials be actually available? Many of our LEAs, especially because we've compelled them to do this, are going to turn and feel much safer contracting with a vendor who has much more experience in providing these types of trainings. You've got to get approval. You may not be able to get their materials ahead of time. What happens once we do make those materials available? So they're available. So what? What does that matter? Would our goal be met effectively by changing, making the materials available to simply opening the trainings to parents in the LEAs? Perhaps a better idea would be to include the materials like this policy as required to be shared with the parent, so that they have some context over the requirements that we've placed on LEAs about training, so that the parent has some understanding about what the materials that they're supposedly getting. There's a lot of assumptions in this rule. It's pretty much assuming that there's going to be slides and a PowerPoint, and it's going to be ready ahead of time. And we've outlined so many different things, but yet placed so few guidelines around it that you're asking for a disaster. It's not providing information as much as that makes any sort of sense because it lacks any context. I don't think it's a good precedent to set. I don't think it's appropriate to share those materials ahead of time, because you're insinuating that that's going to make some sort of sense and there's going to be something that comes out of sharing that information. I think it's deeply problematic. I don't think it accomplishes anything. If people do want to make the training available and be transparent to the parents, we need to do a heck of a lot more than just state 5 and 6. So I would like to, I support the motion to strike it. And if we need to flesh it out and include it in some sort of supplement rule, that's fine, or revisit the rule. But as it stands right there, it is not useful, effective, or problem solving in any way. So I support the motion.
Thank you. Board Member or Chair Hansen.
I agree that this is a change in the process and procedures that we've used in the past, and that under our current processes that are probably being used at most LEAs, it could be seen as onerous. It's about transparency, and it's about trying to avoid some of the issues that we've already experienced, where we've had a training given and then a big uproar afterwards because the material was seen to be objectionable. I think it's on us to hit that, and on the LEAs to approach that head on. I do think that more thought will have to go into professional learning. Will have to be done more in advance maybe than we have in the past in this particular area. So I am not trying to downplay at all the fact that there will be changes, and it will, change is always difficult. It imposes new requirements on LEAs, but there also is a requirement that USBE comes up with a model training. And so that would be available to LEAs, and they could adopt that, and that would be a safe harbor for them. So that's one avenue that they could take. We thought particularly about very small LEAs who, this might be a really difficult haul for them to try to put all this together, that they could just adopt the USBE training. And we have to do that under this rule. That's down the bottom of the rule. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lear and then Board Member Booth.
I hear what Member Straight says about this is expected of this rule and this body, but I also, in my heart, I'm a teacher, I'm an educator, I'm a trainer, and it's not doable. Not only is it not practically doable, but an LEA could present what it says it's going to use, and then there are always changes in the presentation. And is somebody going to get upset about that or file a complaint about that? How is it monitored? And within a reasonable amount of time for training, given the numbers of training that go on in LEAs, is that 12 hours? Is that a day? I just think this is setting ourselves up for being playground monitors. And as much as I like transparency and as important as it is on this issue, I can't, it's hard for me to vote for something that's so impractical.
Thank you. Board Member Booth.
We worked hard on this, and I'm just talking about today, not to mention all of the hundreds of hours that our committee has spent on this, and staff. And so as I'm sitting here at the end of this long discussion, well, I'm hoping it's going to end sometime soon. That was a hopeful suggestion. I'm just thinking of the 16 years of sitting in another board seat where I heard over and over again of this and that and the other that was coming from the state board. And I wondered when we might be consulted when our superintendents, our curriculum directors, and might be consulted. And I feel that we're making really good progress, and that all of the ideas that have come forth, we've made some really great choices. But I'm afraid in something like this to make a decision and say, okay, we're done. Everybody, now we'll go back and approve the whole thing and say we're done. I think we may need to consider tabling the approval of this overall thing until our special meeting on the 22nd, and give the opportunity to friends that we represent who are leaders of learning, who are going to have to deal with this rule, the chance to give. I know they've given us input already. And we've listened to some, we have not listened to some. And I know we've got to make those choices, but I'm just afraid now that we've kind of reconstructed and made decisions, somebody needs to step back a couple of steps and read the whole thing and feel, what does it feel like now? Because it is significantly altered from what the committee was recommending to the board. And so anyway, I'm sorry that I'm getting us off track a little bit, but I'm just concerned that maybe we need that input and we need to give them the chance of hearing about this. Thank you.
Are you making a motion or just kind of thinking about, because I can circle back to you while you think about it and go to a couple of these others.
Do we have a motion on the table right now?
Yes, we have a motion.
Yes, so we
to remove 5 and 6. So we can't make another motion, but I just said I could circle back if he has a motion. Board Member Belknap.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to give clarity as to one of the reasons why this is in here is because we've heard several complaints that there's different trainings that are going on for teachers along these lines, and that parents who have students in the school are not allowed to see them. That's why that is in here.
Thank you. Chair Hansen.
And actually, if you're going to circle back to Member Booth, it may be more appropriate then, but I thought maybe we could have Jeff Van Holten just walk us through the rulemaking process and what happens from this point if the board is to adopt it. So, at your discretion, Vice Chair, I think that'd be a valuable information for the rest of the board to hear.
I was actually going to do that at the end of this so that our education stakeholders, we've heard from a million individuals and the legislature and tried to incorporate a lot of feedback into this rule. But we had 2 groups come forward today that feel like they have some input, and there will be opportunities for that in a variety of ways. And I was going to address that at the end as well.
Vice
like
Chair,
it now.
Suggestion. I think it may help the board as we try to wrap things up here to understand how that works.
Okay. Jeff Van Holten, could you, we have a motion on the table. I'm going to take a little departure and allow Jeff Van Holten to quickly explain to the board the opportunities and the variety of ways that our stakeholders can give input to this rule. Would you be willing to do that, either Jeff or Angie?
I'd be happy to, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
And it wouldn't be a meeting if my dog Jazzy did not join me at some point, so I apologize if there are strange noises coming through the microphone.
Okay.
The rulemaking process from this point forward, once the board approves any rule, so if you approve the rule tonight, the next step would be filing the rule with the Office of Administrative Rules. They issue a state bulletin every 2 weeks on the 1st and the 15th of each month. And that is when it's to do with any rule before it can be made effective and given the effect of law. That 1 week consideration period is to take into account any public comment that may have been received during the public comment period. So as we look at that 30-day public comment period, 2 things can happen. Members of the public can submit written comments to the contact person, which is typically listed as Angie Stallings. And then you are all made aware of any public comment that is submitted. Typically, we don't receive a lot. A rule like this might be an exception. In the first 15 days of the rule being out for its 30-day public comment period, so July 1st to the 15th, if an organization that has 10 members or more, or if 10 individual members of the public request a public hearing, then you are required by law to have a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of the request. So if it was 10 individuals on the day you received the 10th request, you would have 30 days from that day, or if it was an organization that has 10 members or more, the day that they file a request for a public hearing, you would have 30 days to host a public hearing in which members of the public could attend and provide verbal and written comment. And then you as a board would decide whether or not you want to take the rule back and begin the process of drafting again based on the comments you've received, or if you want to move forward and make the rule effective after the 30-day public comment period and the 1-week consideration period has ended. So there's a whole host of things you could do in terms of allowing that process to play out. You also could, as Board Member Booth has just suggested, table the rule and begin working with stakeholders before all of that ever happened. The caveat with that being that the process I just described would still apply. So if you did delay till June 22nd, you could still have a public hearing on top of it later. So that's one thing to consider, but that is kind of the process you would go through to get this rule effective. I'm happy to answer any questions to clarify if you have any.
I'm not seeing any hands. So, Lorraine, can I make an amendment?
No, the chair cannot, this meeting cannot make an amendment.
Okay, then we have a motion on the floor to delete the lines 5 and 6 from section, I think we're back up to section 3 of R277-328. Seeing no other hands, members, please vote. I'm seeing 2 yeses, Board Member Hutchings and Board Member Hart.
I haven't seen Board Member Lear. There it is. Thank you.
Is she a yes?
Yes, yes, she is.
So 3 yeses, Board Members Lear, Hart, and Hutchings. Did I see that right?
Correct.
This motion fails. And I believe we're on section 5. And we only have one tiny change in section 6, so hopefully we'll be quick on these. Do we have?
That's me.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so number 1, I'm going to withdraw number 1. As there's some conflict with state statute. If that was going to happen, the legislature would have to take it up.
So just make the amendment motion to whatever you want it to say.
Okay. So my motion would be to add what is currently number 2. Any teacher, administrator, or employee who knowingly and intentionally violates any provision of R277-328 shall be sanctioned upon completion of the process hearing. And I can speak to that.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it. I'm not in agreement with this, but I'm going to second it so she can speak to it. We can vote on it. So Board Member
Earl, second. Board Member Klein, go ahead.
Okay. So it's come to my attention this week. There is a national movement of teachers that feel like they should have the right to teach actual critical race theory principles, and they even have a form that pledge that they can sign saying that they will teach it regardless of any laws passed to ban it. And so I think there needs to be something in place for teachers that would intentionally go against the rule or the law.
Board Member Hart.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, were you finished, Board Member Klein? Sorry.
I was just going to say we have currently 7 teachers in Utah that have signed that pledge, and probably many more that will or that would like to, but don't want to put their name on it.
Board Member Hart.
Yes, this already exists. It's in ethics. It's not allowed and it's not okay, and we don't need to repeat it. It's very clear. If we want to look as a board at strengthening our ethics and being more clear on our expectations, then that's okay. But I'm just really not okay with putting things in 1,000 different places. I think it's a clearer message to our educators, our parents, and our community when we keep things in its proper places. And so much of this, including this, is directly speaks to ethical violations on the part of individual teachers rather than the part of some larger movement. So I just don't think that this is necessary or appropriate.
Thank you. Board Member Norton.
Yeah, my question with this is, isn't the intent of this whole big rule is to create a professional development? This seems to be outside of that. This seems to be teachers teaching things that they should or shouldn't, but I felt like this, what we've been talking today is what should or should not be in this professional development. So I don't know how this would apply to, I mean, maybe if they just didn't attend the professional development, but I think we're in 2 different lanes here.
There is some bleeding over into the classroom. I believe there was in the resolution that came from the legislature, and I believe there is in this board rule. But yes, that's a great question. Board Member Earl.
I think mine's similar to Board Member Hart's. I believe we already have these processes in place. The correct application of them would be the difference here. So I don't think this is necessary. I think the intent's good behind it to try to protect, but I think we've got it already covered.
Thank you. Board Member Norton, your hand is up still. Do you have another comment? We have a motion before the board, seeing no other hands, to add any teacher, administrator, or employee who knowingly and intentionally violates any provision of R277-328 shall be sanctioned upon completion of a due process hearing in section 5 of R277-328. Board members, please vote. I see one yes vote is Board Member Klein. And we are on to section 6. Board members, do you have amendments for section 6? That motion failed. Board Member Lear.
Yes, this is the only amendment, aside from getting the same hundreds of emails that you did, many of which did not even address things that were in the rule. This is a question I had from 2 different people, one an attorney, one not, in 2 different school districts, who didn't understand what, or needed clarification about what this meant on line 127. A specific approach, promote a specific approach over another. One of them thought it might be a pedagogical approach, with someone couldn't use the Socratic method or wanted to use the Socratic method or couldn't lecture about this or was supposed to have a discussion. And I contacted member Hanson, Chair Hanson, asked him what was the committee thinking, and he, and I suggested, is it a pedagogical approach or is it something ideological? And he said, no, we were thinking that you couldn't promote one ideology over another. So I said, why don't we just say that? And I suppose ideology has some baggage, but so do half the words in here. But so I thought we should say what we mean. And so that's the reason. I'm sorry, I already spoke to my proposed amendment. Sorry, Chair Dave.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that. Board Member Straight.
Old rules,
Thank you.
old habits die hard. Sorry.
Thank you. We have a amendment on before the board to change the words "a specific approach" to one ideology in section 6 of R277-328. The motion maker already spoke to the motion, and seeing no other hands, board members, please vote. It appears the voting is unanimous. Vice Chair Belknap, am I seeing that correctly?
That is correct.
Well, now we need to go back to the main motion that was on the table.
I have a motion.
Oh, yes, please, Board Member Hart.
Yes.
You need an amendment, I think, or.
I meant to, yeah, I want, yes, I'm trying to get to it very quickly. I think it's back in 3.
Okay.
No surprise to anyone. Oh, I can't move the screen. Where we were talking with parents, I'm sorry, it's down under, scroll down, please. Keep going. Okay. Section 5. I'd like to amend that to say, well, just take out prior to the training being offered. And insert hold on. Insert upon request. In addition, I would like to add somewhere, and I could use some friendly help. I really feel like there has to be more provided to a parent in order to support the LEA and the parent in understanding what they are receiving. They need a copy of this rule. So not just the content of the professional learning, but also the content of the rule in addition to a rubric, a completed rubric that, so I want, if we're gonna do this all right now and we're gonna have this, then we need the USBE to provide a rubric of everything that's expected in this training according to this rule. And that way the LEA can fill out the rubric and attach the materials. So when a parent gets the materials, they get a copy of what the training is, you know, what the parameters were for the training, and then the materials, as well as the rubric that shows how those two are connected.
How about compliance rubric?
A compliance rubric, yes. Now, at some point, someone might need to help me here. I cannot abide by having a rule that we intend to improve transparency that actually causes more confusion because we haven't provided enough to the parent. And they could take that if they have the content and they don't have the material, like the understanding of where that content came from and why that was chosen, then it's not actually the materials of the training. So a copy of this rule, a compliance rubric showing how professional, yes, that is my motion.
Yeah, I thank you. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second, Board Member Straight, thank you. And Board Member Hart, I think, spoke to the motion. I can circle back to you quickly after we hear from the others. Board Member Lear.
Friendly amendment that you change adheres to adhere.
Excellent.
Thank you. I just a question also. Are we asking the LEA to create the? I think it's a great idea, by the way. I actually love the whole amendment. But are we asking the LEA to create the compliance rubric, or are we going to create a compliance rubric in the model training that we provide to the LEA?
Well, see, I haven't had enough time to even flesh that out.
It could be decided later since we are working on the training, and it could be either one. So I just wanted to know if you had thought about that, if we need to.
Well, my thought is that we need to provide, this whole thing is such a landmine, and we have tried to clarify it, and we've done our hardest, but there is so much in here that part of the materials that I'm hoping that we agree that USBE is providing are very clear as part of the model. You should have, whenever you have an assignment, you should have a rubric that helps the learner, both the learner and the teacher, make sure that they're on the same page. So the USBA would create the rubric, but the LEA would use that rubric as they develop these trainings to make sure that they're in compliance. If USB, the office, wanted to do something with those, wanted to collect information, that's neither here nor there. So it's just following best practices in the development of professional development and going as far as we need to go to truly be transparent, rather than handing a bunch of slides over or book titles or plans that a trainer would have to group teachers up and have them do turn and talk with their small groups and report out. Those things are not going to make sense to a parent, and that's not going to be accomplishing what we set out to do. However, if we try to give them a more clear set of information, then perhaps they will be able to make more informed opinions.
Okay, thank you. Chair Hansen.
I really like this. I think, it's a very pragmatic approach. The only question I have for the maker of the motion is there any way we can do this prior to the training? Or I can see the problem coming up after we've already trained 100 teachers, and then we have a parent saying, hey, this doesn't make sense, you're not compliant with the rule, and then the cat's already out of the bag. So is there a way that can happen beforehand? I understand that's not our current practice, but I think that if that could be solved, then we've done our job for transparency and we've prevented future blowups, or at least tried to avoid them.
And yes, I actually think that as I have sat throughout the day, originally I did not think that was even remotely possible. And that was very frustrating, because real PD, we know, is not sit and get. and people will sit there and they don't absorb that. They don't, that doesn't end up in their practices. So, but if we are sharing more of our planning documents, and then we are able to say to the parent, if you want to have more information about, what some of the conclusions were, then it's a more effective conversation between a parent and the educator, whether it's a district educator or a school educator. I do think, so the answer to your question is, I do think that these trainings will have to be done much differently. And yes, therefore it can be presented earlier. I just don't, I think we're operating out of a very antiquated notion of effective PD principles if we don't put on that rubric that, or the notice to the parent, the sheet that goes with the parent that says, follow up after the training. I actually would personally invite any parent to my training that wanted to audit it. That's as transparent as I can get. But the way trainings work, you'd have to see the pre-work and the post-work. And I think this would offer you a mechanism to offer both to a parent and truly be transparent. So yes, but I think we should also ask a parent to follow back up with us to get any follow-up from the training. Any good PD has follow-up after it's concluded.
Thank you. Board Member Earl, then Board Member Hutchings, and Board Member Straight.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just,
oh yeah, go ahead.
I just had a quick follow-up, and I just wondered, Molly, could a change be made to your motion to say that this could be provided prior? Right now, it just says upon request. Is that?
Upon request to me, if a parent asked me about my training on Monday, I could, and the training was on Friday, I could give her or him or who they, the training right then.
Would parents know when the training's scheduled?
Well, see, that was one of my pragmatic problems with the whole thing. Are we now going to, do I need to publicize my PD calendar? Does this need to be on the district website? Is this, I mean, this is the kind of thing I've run into as I think as a practitioner through this entire rule. I guess a parent's going to ask me to just at the beginning of the year say, whenever you do a training, I'm going to want information and I'm going to need to remember that. I don't understand the mechanisms that we're going to use to follow through on some of these rules.
If you can think through an amendment, if we don't get one from one of these other hands that says that this would be available either before or after the training, I'm going to let you think through that, Board Member Hart, and I'm going to take some other folks. I think I just did an order. I think it was Earl and then Hutchings and then Straight. I think that was it. Let's go with Board Member Earl. And let's try to be as succinct as possible because we're way over time.
All I can say is this is the guidance document that I had attached originally, but it'll have to match the rule now. But this is exactly it. It was just a check mark. Did I this? Did I this? Did I this? Did I this? So that was the original direction I went prior to a rule, was simply, did I adhere to these things that came out of our resolution? And that's kind of what you're saying. It may be more complicated as a rubric, but that's in all simplicity. It didn't get attached here, but I'm sure anything like that could continue or easily be put together. I don't think it's complicated. But that's my comment.
Thank you. Board Member Hutchings.
I just wanted to quickly say this is a much better amendment than that previous one that I made.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Well, that's very much appreciated. I think perhaps what we ought to think about is that we model the process just at our level. And, you know, we put together the rubric, we take it through the process of being approved by the full board. We take input on that. We produce the professional learning model, and they come as a package as well. And let's model how that's done. I would think that many may want to start with the model program. This is a unique space. As I've stated before, these processes are different than what we're used to, and we admitted that fully. So, and to the degree that we can model what we want that to look like, I think we'll have more success. And I don't know if there's anything to write in regards to that, or if just stating it is good enough.
I think stating it at this point, several of us have stated kind of along the same lines, and I think that is the intent. If we need to come back and write it because we're not following our intent, we certainly can bring it back and do so. Board Member Booth?
I would just like to comment that I am very, very grateful to be working with this board. This group of individuals are so committed to what we've got to do for these kids and for these educators. And even though it's painful at times, this is what we got to do. And I'm so grateful for your patience that we can get through this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Hart, did you consider a possible wording addition?
Oh, absolutely.
For this, to help with Board Member Chair Hansen's request, could be provided before even.
Yeah, like, did you have it exact? I was, you could say upon request, before or after, or before, okay. Before or after, upon, I don't.
With no objection from the board, we'll add the words before or after the training. And Board Member Booth, your hand is still up. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion before us to delete the rules prior to, or to delete the words prior to the training being offered, and to add words before or after, upon request, and include a copy of this rule and a compliance rubric showing how the professional learning and materials adhere to the requirements of this rule in section 3 of R277-328, where members.
Never mind.
Please vote. I think the voting is unanimous. Vice Chair Belknap, am I seeing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. We have a main motion on the board, and Jeff, no, I've got it right here. We have a motion before the board to move that the standards, or to move that the board approve R277-328, Educational Equity in Schools, Draft 5, on second and final reading as amended. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, board members, please vote. I think I see a unanimous yes vote, which is nothing short of an absolute miracle. Thank you. Thank you, board members, for your heavy lift today. Thank you for your respectful dialogue. And I'm going to just read the very last part of our portrait of a graduate. It says, As stated in our portrait of a graduate, we will show respect by acknowledging differences, looking for the good in everyone, and showing due regard for others' feelings, rights, cultures, and traditions. Our actions will demonstrate our belief that we are better when we are together. And I believe that sometimes it takes a little longer to come to some of these consensus, but I believe we are better when we are together. And I thank you.